Hey, welcome back to the show. As always, I'm so glad you're here to hang out with me, and especially tonight as I celebrate my birthday. And you being here to celebrate with me means so much. I was talking to Boomer in the green room, and he offered me this bit of birthday wisdom. Forget about the past, you can't change it. Forget about the future, you can't predict it. Forget about the present, I didn't get you one. But that's okay, I got a really nice gift from a friend I haven't seen in many, many years. So many years, I don't think she realized that I don't have hair anymore because she gave me a really nice comb from her Etsy store. I didn't have the heart to tell her that I'm bald, so I just said, "Thank you so much, I'll never part with it." But you know, it's not about presents. Did you know that statistics show that those who have the most birthdays live longest? Okay, let's stop talking about birthdays and start celebrating. Strap in. Here we go. Hey, salud. How you doing?
Salute. And
Good to see you.
Yeah, thank you. And you know, I did have a change of heart. I actually did get you a present. If Netter would.
You didn't.
Okay.
You didn't have to do that. Yeah. Get out of here. Oh gosh. Seriously? I don't know if you guys could see that. It's the R2-D2 Tamagotchi that we talked about on Geeky Geezers about a month or two ago.
You know what's neat? I could be wrong, but there are little mini games in there, and I think one of them is the chess Chewbacca, the chess game on the Millennium Falcon, or at least some version of it.
Yeah, I'm playing trombone here. I'm gonna have to get a magnifier to see this, but yeah, it talks about the things that it does on the back.
That was my one worry. I don't know if it lights up or not, but I remember back in the day, you know, that was back in the 90s. Tamagotchis were all the rage.
Yeah.
So
they were incredibly annoying, but back then you weren't walking around with phones, you know, so everyone's in their phones now. Back then, that was the time waster, you know, where you'd be in the middle of something and you hear boop boop and you'd have to clean out your cat litter box or whatever. That's literally what it was. It was like a pet simulator.
Oh.
And if you didn't care for the thing, it would, you know, die. You know, but they actually have online versions of it now, but it's like, you know,
it's not the same.
Well, I suppose it is, but especially since you could do it on your phone or your computer or whatever. But I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm, you know, past the mid-century mark. But it's like I got too much to do to mess with that. And yet, we're on the internet, right? And there's still plenty of other time wasters.
Yes.
We'll talk more about that. So what you sipping on there, Boomer?
I have here, this was a recommendation from Chris P. This is a ginger ale and lemonade combo drink.
Oh, that sounds interesting.
It's from Canada Dry. It's all right. It's not bad.
Oh, so it comes pre-mixed?
Yes, it contains 1% juice.
Nice.
1% is better than 0.5%, right? What are you sipping on?
Well, what it actually is Jim Beam Kentucky bourbon on the rocks. Literal rocks. I never want to water down my bourbon.
Jim Beam is the best friend to many a lonely man.
I don't know if you saw if you noticed the thumbnail. Some of the people here might have noticed, but I was going to do the whole idea was, you know, it was a little joke. There was a bottle of Glengooley Blue from Archer. You know, it's a fictitious, you know, whiskey, but so it's. Oh, thank you. My stage manager. But so it is fictional. It doesn't actually exist. But so this is not actually for you, the YouTube overlords. This is not a sponsored video, but I'm going to say for the joke, this is a sponsored video brought to you by Glengooley.
Quality is our legacy. Handcrafted, barrel aged. Go ahead. You deserve it. Glengooley, for the best of times.
I saw that when I was looking up pictures of Glengooley. People have actually done Glengooley bottles, like I do, fictional things that don't exist, and I love the fact that kind of a community exists out there. But I came across that video from Nona Wolf, and I was like, wow, that's good. I mean, that's not just a bottle. That is a full-on, advert. And that voice, wow. So I wanted to share that with everyone. Let me welcome everybody that's here. I'm going to start with Team Ghost Planet, etc., etc. Welcome, both of you. They wish me a happy birthday, and I did see your message yesterday, which has since dropped off. But you were definitely first, and you were first again today. So definitely first, but first in my heart always is my lovely and talented set designer, director, camera person, Blue Wrench, business manager, love of my life, Netter of Netters Network. How you doing, sweetie? I love you too.
Yeah, I am even your merch designer.
And my merch designer, that's right. It's after the first of the year, so we got merch. Friday Night Last Call, own physical media. We'll talk more about physical media tonight, too, I think.
And a new one will also be added to it, What You Sippin' On.
What You Sippin' On. I don't know why we didn't think about that in the first place, but yeah, I'm going to have some other shirts coming in. I'll be putting up a link. Maybe I'll do a little video about the merch. I don't know. We'll see. Sir Torrin Clegane, hello, everyone, and happy birthday, Troy. Salud. Big Al of Big Al Presents. Salud. Good to see you, my friend. Let's see. Artificer Joni. Happy birthday to me. Thank you, my friend. Let's see.
In Finland, it might be your birthday, right?
Oh, yeah. It's tomorrow there, isn't it, Artificer? So,
I don't know.
So it's actually my birthday there. Matanui is just kind of here. So I'm going to say just kind of hello. How you doing? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to skip over the lovely Sherry. Happy birthday. Oh, the lovely Sherry. Okay, so you probably, I don't think I've seen you on my YouTube channel before. If I have, I'm blaming this for not remembering. But yeah, so this was somebody that I first met on the social media, on the Twitters, and followed her, and she followed me, and we comment on each other's what do they call them, tweets, and she's so sweet, and unlike so many people on the internets, we'll talk about that a little bit later, so encouraging, so nice. And she decided to come over here and wish me a happy birthday. Thank you so much. Let's see. And it's Courtney, Fellowship of Oddballs. How you doing? Good to see you. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, it's already Saturday morning, Artificer Joni said. So what I'm going to do, and I do this all the time, this isn't a big surprise, I'm going to go ahead and drop the StreamYard link for all my friends that want to come in, wish me a happy birthday, say hi, especially if you have a channel you want to promote. Let's make sure we promote your channel, because, so many of you guys have done that for me. I super appreciate that. But, yeah, the internets, they're, it's like going out in public. What's the worst part about public transportation? It's the public, right? Yeah,
the public. I took a bus ride actually, I believe I took a bus ride to Chicago once when I was going for a concert, and yeah, the public was a little odd on that bus ride.
Yep. Was there a big heavy guy sitting about the middle of it singing Flintstones, meet the Flintstones?
There should have been. That would have been cool.
Right? I'll tell you, That's the kind of thing I'm talking about, right? That character that he played in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. You meet those kind of people from time to time, right?
You do.
And that's what I was kind of saying about, with the lovely Sherry and, Courtney Fellowship of Oddballs. Really, everybody here in the chat, are the kind of people that when you encounter them on Twitter or on YouTube or whatever, they're nice people, right? And they're encouraging. And if you put out a tweet that says, I'm feeling a little bummed, they're going to be right there to say, hey, we understand, hope things are doing better, pray for you, or whatever the case is. Mm-hmm. I'll come on your stream and say something nice. Say something nice. Big Al, how you doing?
Happy birthday to you.
I thought for sure it was
silly little birthday to you. Sorry. Okay.
There you go. Oh, nice. I honestly thought though it was going to go one of two ways. I thought it was either going to be the sexy Marilyn Monroe happy birthday, or it was going to be the Netter's got me covered.
I guess I'll let her do that.
Exactly. Or the what was it? Was it the Beatles? You say it's your birthday. Ba-da-da-da-da-da.
Well, I also could have done what we used to call the Viking birthday song, which is kind of depressing. But okay,
really?
well,
Is it like a Klingon birthday song?
It could swing that way if you.
I was going to say it's probably something that would probably encourage a Klingon, so I'd be fine with it.
It goes, happy birthday, boom. Happy birthday, boom.
It's in a minor chord.
Yeah. Doom, destruction, dark despair, people dying everywhere on your birthday. Boom. That's great. That's basic.
Actually, I'd say that's pretty uplifting. People dying everywhere, but you're still here to celebrate, right?
Yep.
So, right.
Wait. Let me see if I can remember the other. It's like, since you've reached the age you are, death cannot be very far. Happy birthday, or something like that.
Well, for a Klingon to die in battle, that's the way you want to go out. Or Viking, I suppose. Mm-hmm. You'll go on to Valhalla or Stovokor, depending on which planet you're from. So as Aged Boomer and Netter have both pointed out to me, Today isn't actually my birthday. Tomorrow is, but I'm celebrating today because it's.
Well, plus,
day.
I'm sure the stream at some point is going to cut into your birthday if you go on for.
Yeah, right. I mean, Artificer Joni, it's Saturday there, so for him it is my birthday, right?
Oh, and tomorrow on her channel we're celebrating your birthday with a special.
Yeah.
Rewatch on.
Okay, I'll put it at the beginning of the show. So yeah, that's right. Over on Netter's Network, and she's already got the link up. The rewatch is she gave me the choice for my birthday, and I chose If You Could See What I Hear.
I'll drop the link.
Cool. Drop the link.
See what I hear.
I love the fact that you know that tune because it's so obscure.
Yeah,
I mean, if you haven't seen that movie, you don't know that song.
I used to watch that all because it was in heavy cable rotation.
It played a lot on cable, didn't it? That's right. That's right.
And I liked it because being a Beastmaster fan, I liked Mark Singer, and Mark Singer is the star of that.
Yeah. I mean, and they were doing Beastmaster a lot on cable at that time too.
Oh yeah.
But of course, most of us really know him from V. Mike Donovan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And honestly, I don't know. I haven't done any research on this. I'm talking out of my ass here, but I firmly believe that all this talk that people do about, secret society of lizard people running the government and everything, I think it started with V. I don't know if that's true or not, just my supposition.
Actually, there was a Cole the Conqueror story. Cole from Robert E. Howard. I think they
yes.
Based on it. There was a story of that where there was like a conspiracy to kill him and set him on a throne, but it was serpent people disguised as humans. like with Magic, I think. And I don't know if it
Interesting.
goes back
Okay,
to
so
that.
it didn't start there. I think it might have popularized the idea.
Yeah,
though.
but well, for all I know, it was a completely. Maybe that's just a thing that people have always worried about. Like,
You know, those lizard people, ever since the Hyborian age, they've been trying to take over the world.
And just a reminder to you folks out there, Courtney and Sir Torin and the rest of y'all, I got the link out there. It's not. I mean, I'm glad Big Al's here, but it's not just for him. You guys can come join me too. Up to 6 people. I might have to kick people out if there's too many, or if we start to get rowdy. If I have to kick myself out of my own stream, though, it's going to be a pretty weird stream. But it happens. I get rowdy too, you know. But yeah, so that's what it'll be tomorrow. You know, and I'm glad you're here, Big Al, because this kind of free-form ability to talk, you know, without a, you know, scheduled plan of things to talk about gives me the opportunity to bring up a topic with you that I've been wanting to talk to you about, but we haven't really been able to get into. If you'd be interested in this subject, I wanted to hear your take, your thoughts, and so forth on. Actually, let's hold that thought for a second while I bring in the lovely Courtney
I heard my name.
of the Fellowship of Oddballs. Yeah, I'm always inviting you, but you know, tonight maybe is a night you have some time to come in and say hi. How you doing, Courtney?
I'm doing really good.
Hi, Courtney.
I can't stay very long. Hi, Big Al. Hi, H.
That's
Boomer.
okay.
Hi, everyone.
I know. Are you making the rounds tonight?
Yeah, and I'm gonna be doing my own stream, but I do it late night. But I
Oh,
wanted to say happy birthday to you.
thank you so much.
Hi.
Salud. I super appreciate that. Are you
We're
sipping on
usually
anything?
Latino Slant was like the last time we were on a stream together, I think.
Right.
During
Although
karaoke
I
days.
have popped into your streams a couple times just to
Yeah,
say
I pop
hi.
in
And
too, but I
whatnot.
just don't come on the camera.
You sipping
Yeah,
on
I'm not
anything
in Colorado
tonight?
anymore. I'm in a new.
Where are
back.
you?
I'm back on the East Coast. I'm 2 hours from Philadelphia, where I grew up in the Poconos. in the mountains.
Now see, I've never been to Pennsylvania, but my grandmother is originally from, or was, God rest her soul, was originally from Pennsylvania, and my understanding is that we have family plots there that she used to go and visit every now and again, you know, at the cemetery. And what I found interesting, what my mother told me, was that the family plots we have here, the stones and, you know, the graves and whatnot, the exact stones, the style are identical out there because the family bought from the
That's
same, I don't know what you call somebody that makes gravestones, but the same company.
A mason with a
Anyway,
mason.
I'm sorry. It's just a little.
No, that's really interesting. Yeah, I'm in the Poconos, which is like I laugh because I lived in a ski town in Colorado, which is like a
Yeah.
real ski town, and this is
Right.
like little bitty hills, and I can't ski anymore anyway. But I'm here with one of my girlfriends who's also a YouTuber, but we grew up together, and going through, you know, my divorce. It's almost final, and I'm living like a teenager because I don't know what I'm doing with my life. I left, and we shall see.
Nice. So, what are you streaming tonight? Are you playing a game tonight?
So now what I've been doing, typically it's just something, we just do fun stuff. I've been doing it a lot with my friend Pete. He does that show, Creepy Little Book. I don't know if anyone has heard of it. It's a great show. He's got a huge following. They do everything about like anything that's not of the ordinary, like UFOs and
Wow. Yeah, I was gonna say, Big Al.
30,000 followers. It's a big
That's
channel.
something for you there.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's called Creepy Little Book. He's been doing it for years, but he's taking a little hiatus right now, and so he's been helping me out. I've known him for a long time. And what we've been doing is
Bigfoot, anything like that, I'm into.
yeah. Oh, he does a lot of Bigfoot stuff. He talks about Hollow Earth. He talks about Antarctica. He does a lot of that stuff. And so with my streams, I still don't have like a set kind of thing that I'm doing yet. So it's more of like their hangout sessions. Last week I had a girlfriend on, and Pete did a kind of fun thing, like questions that guys wanted to know about women. You know, we had funny answers.
Sure.
And then like the other night we played friends bands of ours, you know, where you can't get copyright strikes, and talked about that music and kind of just do stuff like that. So it's more for people to I only have like me and one or other person on the stream, but in the chat, to kind of converse and for me to just have something to do right now because I have nothing to do.
I'll have to find that because I really need to know about women.
Right.
That stream was hilarious because
Courtney,
yeah.
I just gave you a wrench. If you want to go ahead and drop all your links, where you're going to be tonight, your channel.
Yeah, absolutely.
All that kind of stuff.
I'm on here as it's Courtney, but it's Courtney's Fellowship of Oddballs is my station, but I will drop it out there. And I'll also drop Creepy Little Book. Pete's channel is superb. He knows a lot about a lot of stuff. He's got a great following too. The group of people that are in there, it's like family.
I'm not going to cut you short, Courtney, but I do want to bring in a couple other people. I want to say hi to Stephanie Janacek of Stephanie Janacek's Smuggler's Cantina and Sir Torrin Clegane of, well, this channel.
I heard a little birdie told me that Stephanie, you are from my neck of the woods, where I'm originally from.
Well, you're from Wisconsin?
No, then I'm not.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Well, it sounds like you both have gotten around a lot, so.
Well, I'm originally from Wisconsin, but I live in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I'm in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's
I forget who said
what she meant, yeah.
What part?
Well, my mom lives in Gladwin. She lives on the main line right outside of Philly.
Yeah.
And I'm living in the Poconos right now, just as a temporary.
We're down in Carlisle. So we're down in...
Okay.
Yeah, we're down by Gettysburg.
Okay, yeah. I know exactly where that is.
Yeah.
Nice. I have friends that were from there, oh, cool. Excellent. Yeah. Well, nice to meet you officially, in person, face to face. But I see you on a lot of streams and stuff.
Yeah.
Let me say hi real quick to Keely Chow and Joshua V. Guys, I super appreciate you being here. Wow, you guys are all just turning out for my birthday. You must like me or something.
It's a party. It's a birthday. Come on.
Courtney, are you by any chance a Star Wars fan?
When I was a child.
Yeah. None of this new stuff, huh?
Yeah, Return of the Jedi, because that was later, I was born in 1978. I tried the newer ones, and please don't judge me, but Jar Jar Binks, I couldn't get beyond that. I just really like the character. And,
I don't have any strong feelings one way or the other, but
I'm not a diehard, so, but I know the earlier ones from childhood, but I'm not diehard like a lot of people are.
Hey, Courtney, do you think you might be interested some night, if you could free up some time on a Friday, maybe come on my channel, we just hang out for an hour or so, shoot the breeze, you be my guest, I kind of interview you, promote your channel and whatnot?
Yeah, anything. I know we can talk about music, because you like a lot of the, you're a crooner. And I know a lot of music. I went to college.
That's true. I mean, I guess I got to get over to Rambling Canucks channel if I'm going to start doing some karaoke again, because Paulie kind of dropped that one, which is fine. I understand it's not his brand. But no.
He kept breaking his channel.
Yeah, well, and it was mostly because of the I think that's why he's staying away from the karaoke, but. And that's kind of why I haven't done any here. I've wanted to do some, Dean Martin tunes or whatnot. And I'm like, oh, I know I'll get my channel dropped if I do that. So.
You gotta find which ones are public domain.
Yeah.
That he's saying. And that's because Doomcock was looking around for stuff tonight to sing. That was public domain and nothing.
Netter was even saying Doomcock? He's a good singer. She was listening to him just to listen to him sing for a while.
Yeah,
you're a good singer too, Troy.
Oh, thank you so much. I see this, guys. This is exactly the kind of thing I'm talking about. These people on the internet that encourage you, because I've always been incredibly. I mean, I'm self-conscious about my singing. That doesn't keep me from doing it. It doesn't keep me from singing like I don't need the money, right? But I honestly don't think I'm a good singer. And when someone encourages me that way, I've got all my life I've gotten don't quit your day job. And I'd laugh and whatnot because I knew people were joking, but
they're jealous.
I did take it to heart, and considering I did musical theater and, when Netter and I were dating, we went to karaoke all the time, you know, it was rough. Karaoke was actually the thing that got me going, because you go to those pubs and everybody knows they're 3 sheets to the wind and they know they're singing off key. So they encourage no matter what you sound like, which, you know, is really sweet. But, you know, that's just how I feel, you know.
If you can do it, then I say do it. I mean, I used to be a classically trained soprano. God, I've been not singing now. It's been longer since, all right, I got sick in 1987, so it's been longer between that and now than I was alive before I got sick.
Wow.
I just had a chronic illness diagnosis, and I've been sick since 2017. So I don't play instruments anymore. My joints and stuff are a lot, so I can really I'm sorry about that, and I'm feeling that now. It's very frustrating. Alexa, please shut up.
Well, I you know, Troy's a good singer. Holly's a good singer. Just do it. Just do it.
Stephanie, you did mention that on one of your streams about your singing, and of course, obviously, I haven't known you before then, so I wouldn't have heard it. But I started thinking about your current voice and singing, and you know, talking about, you know, you're telling me find the things that are public domain, find the things that work well with your voice. I would say
nothing works well.
No, that is not true. Kim Carnes, Betty Davis eyes.
No,
that's what when I do karaoke. I'll do like
I used to make her
what
sound.
I do. I'll do like "Bad Reputation" by Joan Jett, because I can, you know.
There you go. Yeah.
That I used to sing her, and because I was being trained classically, it wrecked my voice because they don't sing, they scream. And like when you hear, who can I hate Lady Gaga, but when she decides to actually sing, she actually sounds like she actually can do it.
I love when she's
like an opera voice.
Yes.
Yeah, she's got a great voice, and she's not taking advantage of it.
No, she's not. And it's her thing is all, it's a shtick. It's all, this is me, I'm Lady Gaga, because, you know, 40 years ago, Madonna, it's like, Madonna can't sing. Madonna's a character.
Yeah.
That she changes and sells. You know, and Madonna's not David Bowie. She's not talented.
David Bowie.
I don't know
Oh,
if you
gosh.
can see by Bowie. I don't know if you can tell. He's up there on my...
Yes!
Next to my...
You know, when I think about changing who you are, he was kind of like the male version of Marlene Dietrich. You know, he just kind of did this and did that.
David Bowie, just on topic for tonight.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's my birthday. Tomorrow's David Bowie's birthday too.
Yeah.
Oh, it is?
And yes, it is. I share a well, okay, so let me give you the rundown. David Bowie, Elvis Presley.
Yep.
Oh, tomorrow's
Hi, Kojak.
my ex
Shirley Bassey. Dom Shirley Bassey.
That's funny.
And the first Ghostbuster, or one of the first Ghostbusters. Guess who that is?
Harold Ramis.
Nope,
Bill?
before him.
Oh, what I was trying to say, I don't know.
I don't know.
You won't get it. Larry Storch from the 70s, that other Ghostbuster group.
That one. Okay.
I don't know that one.
I know, it's silly. It was nothing, but you know,
Saturday
F-Troop.
morning TV.
Yes.
It was.
He's turning 99 tomorrow.
God bless
Wow.
him.
Yeah, no kidding, right?
You're thinking Betty White, rest in peace. She was 99.
Yeah, I know. I know,
I just-
right?
I just watched it.
I still blame
interview.
Troy for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
don't
for
have
those of
access
you
to
that
the,
don't, tell them the story, Big Al. Why is Betty White's death my fault?
Because you wished her a happy 100th birthday a month early.
Yep. And I'm like,
She
oh
was
no, I
crazy.
didn't realize that it was January. I hope I didn't jinx her.
Because
And then
they had been advertising that they were going to have a special party for her on her 100th. And I think you caught that, and then you wished her a happy birthday.
you're probably right. You're probably right.
My
Well, the
theory is
thing-
she left when she wanted to. Because
Yeah. Well, the thing. Yeah.
And I wouldn't blame her in the
thing
freaking
is-
slightest.
She's become more powerful than we could possibly imagine.
I mean, the thing is that her caretaker was with her,
Mm.
and when she died, she called out her husband's name.
Oh,
And Alan Ludden.
Which is also my name and
She
the
wanted to be
same
with-
spelling. So her last name, her last word was my name.
aw.
So, it was like, I think that people
wanted to
close
be
to
with
her
him.
knew that she wasn't going to make it.
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
do, because you don't have the caretaker sitting by your bed sleeping.
Right,
like you're-
right.
But it was, in some ways, that was very heartening for me because, like, a friend of mine was like, "Well, that proves there's an afterlife," because he was standing there with her. He was waiting for her,
Yeah,
and I thought that was pretty cool of him
exactly.
to think that, because he's pretty cynical.
He was probably right there with her,
Yeah.
in
Oh,
Yeah.
amen.
theory.
Well, and
So-
he was her third husband. Third time's charm.
No, I'm going through a divorce right now. There's no more.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Courtney.
I'm sorry.
I was there through my
14
parents'
years,
divorce,
I'm
and
like-
that was not a good time. Let me
My
tell
mom
you.
and dad were married for 51 years before my dad died.
Yeah.
I
So-
would have stayed married for forever. Some people are not nice to other people. We'll just put it that way. I'm gonna
Well,
leave it there.
it's
You're right there.
this is a conversation for something different,
Yeah.
for a different place, because
Exactly.
I think Netter would actually understand where I'm going with this, and I'm not going to say it.
We'll talk
There's a
girl
lot
talk
of-
another time.
How
about that?
Yeah. So anyway,
But well, I mean, talking about successful
that was
marriages,
so-
Netter and I 30 years this year. So
Whoa.
yeah,
You don't-
Rudy and
Yeah, we're
I,
old.
yeah, we are.
Rudy and
Steph-
I will be 18 in April.
Oh, God bless, Stephanie. I didn't ask you when you came on what you sipping on.
I am sipping on Sonoma Couturier Chardonnay. And this is the last glass for the night because I'm going to go to bed pretty soon.
Chardonnay, yeah, Netter likes Chardonnay too. And
Well,
real
we ran
quick,
out of red.
because we have, well, I understand that. And you know what? If you're just drinking wine, you don't have to pair it with anything. You can drink whatever you want.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So,
I just have to mention, because I'm gonna do this and this. I'm almost at 5 years without a drink.
No.
oh, God bless.
Yeah, good for
Good.
you.
For me,
Good.
I don't judge people who drink.
I was just going to ask if it bothers you because I've asked that of Paulie too.
I'm one of those people that I'm very allergic. It's a demon for me. I do not need to be a drinker.
Netter will be the
I don't
first
know how
one to
do it in
tell you.
moderation.
Netter will be the first one to tell you that I only drink when I'm on stream on Friday nights.
Mhm.
That's the only
I
time.
can't do that, and I realize that took me a long time too. But
I actually-
but I'm
I'll get.
totally cool with it.
I'll fill you all in on a little secret. And I'm only saying this once. I won't ever say this again. It's not always alcohol I'm drinking.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes I fake it.
Don't
I do
say
that,
that.
too. I
It
do-
ruins
wrong
the
with that?
mistake.
I am not
wrong
going to
with that.
say
My
where
mom
I
does
faked
that
it
because
before
she
because I'll
can't
get
keep up.
killed if I do that.
So
A
just-
peek
I have a
behind
friend-
the curtain.
It's kind
Yeah,
of
I
kind of
drink
against
every
brand,
day.
right?
Well,
Drinker.
yeah.
Go
I mean, I
Not
go
good.
on a podcast called Drinks with Dee Dee,
Yes, you do.
and
What is it called?
she's like
I'm sorry.
Drinks with Dee Dee.
Yep.
And
Okay.
Dee Dee Sorvino is married to Paul Sorvino,
Yep.
so the actor. And you have to have something. And one time I showed up with a crystal plastic glass with water in it, and she thought it was vodka. And I was like,
There you go. Yeah.
I can't do it before 5 o'clock. I literally am like, why are we, this is,
I was the opposite.
Oh.
I was vodka, but I like this, and I promise this is water. But
Yeah.
I was the person that would fill this with vodka. That
Yeah.
was me. So that's
Oh.
oh God.
I could
This
never
I
drink
promise
alcohol
you.
out of plastic.
I
Ugh.
can't.
You know what? When you were drinking 24/7,
Yeah, I suppose I've heard that, but I feel like that would be abusive to the alcohol. I couldn't do that.
No, I can't. I couldn't do that. I
I
mean-
was. Real
When-
happy.
when we go
totally
out to
understand
buy a
what
bottle
you're
of wine.
talking about. I had my father, my brother both passed from alcohol abuse.
Yep.
They're both alcoholics, and they both passed from cancer.
Netter has been,
Yeah.
because of the family history, she's far more conservative about her alcohol consumption. But
And
I don't
had
blame her for that.
seizures.
And
I
actually-
don't-
had withdrawal seizures. I got
Charlie,
to
I
that
have a.
point. So
Oh, sorry.
I
like
don't
almost
drink
dying, so it's that.
beer very much because of that.
Right.
I grew up in, Wisconsin's the big beer state, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, people are like, well, you can't be an alcoholic if you drink beer. You never met my family, and you never met one of my brothers.
Yep.
And he hasn't had a drink in 40 years because of it.
Yeah.
That, I mean, and I like
my
it. I like the
ex-husband.
taste. My sister Rose can't drink it anymore. And it's
Yeah.
like, you know, wine to me, like a couple of glasses at night is okay.
Well, they say it's not
there
bad
are-
for you.
Makes you feel smooth, mellow.
Well, but also, you can go overboard, and I do that
True, true,
occasionally.
true.
Like New Year's Eve night, how I made it up to bed, I don't know.
I kind of got that impression from your last stream.
I was like,
Wait,
I was like,
Big Al, what were you starting to say there?
I was just saying, Troy, you may have kind of a similar mindset to me with alcohol, that there's a lot of ceremony in it.
Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
and that-
I like to
instead of-
enjoy it.
Yeah,
you know?
instead of drinking to get that feeling, you enjoy the, like in an Ouzo thing, there's like that Greek.
Exactly.
You know,
When I
kind of thing,
when I
you
do
know.
drink on Friday, and this is something else Netter will tell you too. I think through, what am I going to be talking about tonight? What do I feel like? What would be a good drink for tonight?
Right.
You know,
Mhm.
and I
So like
generally
with food.
Yeah.
Kind of
Yeah,
thing.
yeah,
It's a
yeah.
good idea,
and I generally tend to drink by themes. So like Sir Torin, if he's on and we're doing a stream about DC Comics, I might try to find a drink that, you know, and I'll go on the interwebs and I'll look up different mixes and stuff. And I found this one melon flavored drink that's green, kryptonite ish, you know,
Yeah.
themed. You know, it's a yummy drink, but I only drink that when we're talking about Superman and DC Comics. So, you know, I've got my things. Tonight was just, you know, Glenn Gooley was the thing, and I was like, okay, so I'll drink my brown whiskey tonight, and, you know,
yeah. Well,
bourbon.
I don't. Let's see. I like Negronis.
Mhm.
I like martinis and Cosmos, but
I
I don't.
almost had a martini tonight. Yeah.
I
I don't do
I was a
those.
bartender for a long time too.
I don't do those hardly anymore because it's a different feel. Each alcohol hits a person differently.
Bringing it back to music, though, Courtney, thank you so much for referring to me as a crooner. I never really thought of myself that way, although that is what my goal, or that's what I like to
you
think of
are.
myself as.
And you're very good at it. My brother it does the same thing. He sings Sinatra just all the time, and he's on the spectrum. He's an adult now, but they don't call it Asperger's anymore. But he's on the spectrum. But his voice is how he just, you know, everything comes out of his voice, and he's just got this crooner voice. I have to mention, my stepfamily's all Italian, so he's half Irish. He's got the Italian.
Oh, boy, he's got
So
the best
he
of both
can
worlds.
just, like, Vinny is his name, Vincent, but Vinny. And he just will, I love it. My mom and I are just like, he's so good. And when I
Yeah.
heard you sing, it just reminded me of my brother, because he's a crooner like that.
So you bring up Frank Sinatra, and he was my gateway into the Rat Pack, because my grandfather, I used to hang out with my grandfather a lot, and he had this one tape. I don't he had several. He had the same kind of car my mom did, a 79 Ford T-Bird, but his had a tape deck and hers didn't, and he had all these Frank Sinatra cassettes that he would play, and he had one. It actually wasn't Frank Sinatra. It was the Frank Sinatra Orchestra, but it was Dean Martin singing an album
Dino's
called
my favorite.
yeah,
Dino.
called Sleep Warm. And it's all songs about sleep and dreaming, and they're all mellow songs. I love that album. It's beautiful. Netter got it for me on DVD because she knew how much I loved it.
Have to make one small comment.
Yeah, CD. I'm sorry, CD. I forget.
The
But
reason why I did this was I had to go to rehab back in the day for alcohol. I went to a place where the Rat Pack went when they used to try and dry up back in the day.
oh, no kidding.
When you just said that, I was like, oh my goodness.
I can't
Now-
imagine Frank Sinatra saying I need to dry up.
Well, every now and again, because they all, well, with the exception of Dean Martin, even though he was, he and this is why I model that, right? I when I say, I don't always drink, neither did Dean. He acted like he was always drunk, but that was part of his shtick, and I've kind of picked that up myself,
Yeah.
Oftentimes you'd see a drink like this, and it was actually just tea or something like that.
Yeah.
He was very much a homebody. If given a choice, he went home to his wife, and it was kind of the rest of the guys that pushed him that really kind of were bad influences on him. I don't want to get off on that, but the point being that, I totally get what.
Yeah, but it was just too quick. That was just too funny.
I get that. No, I understand. But yeah, no. So was I going to say something else about? I don't know. Let's stop talking about alcohol because Courtney,
Yes.
I have spent too much time talking about this, and I know this is your thing, and we really shouldn't be talking.
You talk about whatever you want to talk about on your birthday.
You're a sweetheart.
Do we
You're a
dare
sweetheart.
ask your age? 32, 33?
That is sweet of you. That is super sweet of you. You liar. No, this is my second year, mid-century, 51.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
So
How old
I
do you
wanted
think
to
I
do
am?
something.
You're
How
probably
old do you think I am?
You?
Yeah.
I know how old you are, so I shouldn't.
48?
No, I'm
47?
53.
Yeah.
So I'm the oldest one here.
I was going to say you're
No, you're
around
not.
me. I'm going to be 40.
No, you're not. Big Al.
I'm not. Oh, Alice. Okay.
56.
But actually, Netter's
You're a
older.
boomer.
Yep, Netter's got me.
Okay.
What, me?
We got
Netter's
boomers
59.
44.
Ooh, she's going to have a
Yeah, he calls himself boomer, but he's not a boomer.
No, you're at
Oh, that's
Generation
so-
X.
The
Oh,
reason-
way.
The reason the term boomer just started getting used for anyone.
Sir
who-
Torrin's the young one here, by the way.
Yeah.
Do I dare ask?
Go ahead. Sir.
35.
Yeah, he's a
Okay.
kid.
You,
You're a millennial.
Actually, I remember when I thought 35 was old,
Yeah.
I did too.
I remember that too.
right?
I'm like, I wish I was 35.
I was looking at gray hairs. I remember because we went. to
I'm gonna
Mexico.
break out in George Burns in a second. I wish I was 18 again.
Oh, 18, no. No. I mean, well,
21. It was.
if I
I'd
could
like
go
to
back
be-
and yell
Well,
at
in
myself,
I'd like to be
fairness,
24, you can rent a car.
when I say that, what I mean is, if I could have my life to live over, knowing what I know now.
yeah, I could see that. But if I could go back to my 18-year-old self, I'd kick myself in the ass.
I know. There's a lot of stuff I would kick myself in the ass about.
Yeah. I'd be like,
But in fairness, I would say, hey, don't worry about the girls because Netter's on her way. You know?
and I'd be like, just work on your music and quit worrying about what people think. And don't worry
Amen.
about-
Great advice to anybody.
And don't worry about school. Go and do. This is what you want to do. Go do it. Go do it.
I went
Succeed
to
or fail.
college for
Go do
music,
it.
and it kind of ruined music for me for a while. It
Oh.
was too much, it made it too like
It was like
don't know.
work, right?
Interesting.
not even. It was easy for me actually. I mean, I'm not trying to like brag or anything. It just made it so that everything I heard, I was analyzing So it was like 1, 4, 5. I was hearing I wasn't hearing the music anymore. It was like I was.
I get what you mean. I don't talk about this because this is not what I do now. But when I was a kid, grade school, I played the trombone.
Mm-hmm. Great.
Interestingly, the reason I chose the trombone was because in grade school we went to an assembly where the band leader was trying to recruit people to join the band, and using the different instruments, trying to get people interested in them. And when he got to the trombone, he played the theme from Star Wars. So I said, me. But and I loved it, and that was literally, Sir Torrin, I don't think I mentioned this when we talked about it, but it was the trombone that literally got me into musical theater, because my band leader's son was in The Music Man at a local dinner theater, and they were looking for kids ensemble for the boys band. So I had to go and learn the minuet in G off key, and go. I had no speaking lines, but I went on. I played the trombone. I got off, but that was my introduction to theater. So I can say, professional theater. I got my thespian card and the whole bit. But
I did in high school.
The thing about learning music, and I didn't know this until many years after I wasn't actively playing music anymore, is that when you read music and you think musically, I guess that's the only way I can say it, your brain interprets music differently than people who just listen to music.
Yeah.
A person who reads music and hears music as a musician interprets music with the portion of the brain that recognizes it as language.
Yeah.
Math. It's really math, too.
And vocalists,
Yes.
vocalists look at it different. They look at the lyrics.
Mm-hmm.
And they look at melody. Yeah, I can, read music, sure. But when I hear it interpreted through lyrics, I understand it better. That's what, and for a vocalist.
You visualize the lyrics? Like, is it synesthetic?
Yeah, you do.
Synesthesia or whatever, yeah.
Yeah,
that's cool.
And the thing about it is, I heard Bing Crosby say singing is a lot of fun, but it's also the hardest instrument to learn.
I didn't learn it until
That's
college.
interesting.
And
That's interesting.
if you think about it, you look at all the people that actually really made an impact: Pavarotti, Caruso, Dame Joan Sutherland.
What do you think of Andrea Bocelli? I love him.
He's
I'm surprised you
great.
got that.
He's great.
I know he's like newer, like new.
There's
or like that.
There's a lady from Finland named Sissel,
Oh yeah.
and she has a rendition of Silent Night that is mind-blowingly awesome. It is all key of C or higher, and it's literally like you can't believe it. And that was more me. I've heard people do some of the German music that I sang, and they weren't. I mean, God, I heard Minnie Driver sing Schubert Lieder badly in a movie once, and it made me want to cry. It's because she couldn't hit the notes.
Sopranos are something else. I give you props for that. That song. Even before I was a smoker, which I also have to quit 5 years ago, but I was a smoker for 25 years. Even before that, I was still an alto. My voice, I was not.
It's my mom-in-law's an alto, and she can't figure out. It's really interesting talking to her about singing because she's a really good singer, but it's like being a soprano. Because she says it's your head voice. No, it's not. It's your natural.
No, it's not.
Voice.
It's your chest voice going all the way up. We can get
Stephanie,
into our head voice.
Stephanie, I'm sorry.
What?
You mentioned Minnie Driver, and I did not I only knew her as an actor. The only song that I knew of by her was off of one of the Sartorin's gonna laugh at this, but it's off of the Smallville soundtrack. She sings the song "Hungry Heart." You know, the song that everybody knows by. Yeah, but she sings it really smooth, really mellow, and everybody's got a hungry heart.
She's got a very good alto voice for that. But when she's saying that Schubert, it's not Gretchen Spinrad because she couldn't sing it. I sang that. She could not sing that. She'd be on the floor dead. It would have. You couldn't have the voice. It was a different one, and I'm listening to her going, "Please stop it," and it was in a movie called The Governess. And a good movie, kind of, but when you realize what it's about, it's like, this is really sick, you know. She was in Phantom of the Opera. She played the diva that gets deposed, and she was horrible. Her voice, but she made it that way. I'll tell you, I have a story about this. I was at the premiere in New York for that movie, at the Ziegfeld Theater. I went into the bathroom after the movie to look at my makeup, and there's this. She's really tall. She wore this gorgeous purple dress. She's beautiful. And I'm standing there putting my makeup, looking at my makeup and fixing my lipstick. And this is when I was a hot commodity. And I look up at her and I go, I just go, "You were really good in the movie." That's all I could say. I didn't know what else to say. She's like, "Oh, thank you, dear." And she floated away. And I'm like going, wow, you know. But that she's got a voice that you could see for plays like that.
Sure.
Where there's a line in the movie Victor Victoria where the guy at the club looks at Julie Andrews and says, "You have a legitimate voice. We're looking for an illegitimate voice." and what he's basically saying is, "Where's Marlene Dietrich?" And that's Minnie Driver right there.
Yes.
You know.
I'm embarrassed to admit that there's only one thing I remember about Victor Victoria.
Yeah.
And Netter's staring daggers at me now.
Jazz kind of thing now. Like, the way your voice sounds, it's very cool.
Well, it's, it is what it is. It's been like this for 1987. It's been
It
like
is
this.
that Kim Carnes kind of thing. That's what I keep getting from you.
Yeah, and I hate it.
Mine's getting worse. My illness affects the respiratory system and the sinuses and the ears and stuff. So it's as long as you've got it under control. I'm like, this is it. This is what.
See, you guys.
Welcome to the jungle.
You guys have an experience and a background in singing. I don't, except for karaoke.
I'm an instrumentalist that learned to sing.
You did say that. That's right.
Kind of. But they did teach me the tricks to be able to read the music, to do the intervals and stuff.
But the only the only singing that I did, outside of karaoke was I was in a few musicals in high school, and you don't get a lot of training for that, but it wasn't until I was in karaoke that, and I don't even remember who it was who gave me this advice, said, you might be picking some songs that you like that aren't really in your range. Pick songs in your range and you'll get them. And honestly, and I found myself kind of gravitating towards a lot of Rat Pack tunes and weirdly enough, a lot of country tunes because they tended to be in my range.
Yeah.
Do you remember me always telling Paulie, you can hit that note when he would sing? I don't know if you remember that, but I'd always be like, Paulie, because I could hear in his voice that he he was trying to sing in a lower range to
So,
be more manly.
Paulie,
Once I pushed him up,
I
I
don't-
he really can sing better in those.
I honestly don't know how much practice Paulie did during the week, but for whatever reason, he would open up StreamYards very, very early on some of those streams. And I would be sitting there listening to him practice. He didn't know this, I don't think, but I did. And I'd listen to him practicing, and I would be like, oh, he is so close. If he had spent all week working on this song, he would have it.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's why I used
Yeah.
to keep telling him, I'm like, just a little bit more. You're right there. You can hit that note. I know
There is
you can.
one song, speaking of hitting that note, right? In karaoke, I did one time for Nanette, Elvis Presley, The Wonder of You, right? And you know that last note, The Wonder of You. And you know, it took me at least a week of practicing that. Because I would always hyperextend. I would go too high. You got to get what you're doing matched with what the actual note is. Once you figure that out, I hit it. And boy, did I get applause at karaoke on that one.
You know what I used to do when I was a kid? I would take my albums, I put them on, and I would sit there and, like I was in front of a crowd and just sing.
Mm-hmm.
Stevie Nicks,
Oh, my favorite. I love her.
Linda Ronstadt, the Bee Gees, Heart,
Heart, yeah.
Vixen.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you something, Ann Wilson, she was taught to sing. Because she doesn't scream, she sings. When she hits that,
Yep.
oh my God. There's so many great songs that she did. There's one, I can't remember what it's called, but it came in one of their last albums. And it was about Tall, Dark, Handsome Stranger.
Mm-hmm.
And
Sure, I'm
that
so sorry.
tall, dark,
have-
handsome stranger. Nana in
Ladies,
the
if I can
skies.
interrupt you for just a second, I want to make sure that I say hi to Deleted Scenes. You've been here a while. Thank you so much
Hi,
for
Deleted.
hanging out. Come and wish me a
He
happy
wants
birthday.
to come in. I do have to go because it's almost 11 o'clock.
I am
Yeah.
so sorry. I knew I was keeping you too long, but I love having you here, Courtney.
No, I enjoyed the conversation with
Oh.
Stephanie
You have-
and Alan. I'm sorry that H. Boomer and Sir Tony didn't.
No, it's
but, yeah, I'm
fine.
gonna get
We'll
out.
We'll get to them in
Yeah,
just
that
a
was
second.
good.
I knew you had limited time. As soon as you drop out, please drop those links so that, you know, my friends can follow you too. I'd super appreciate that.
I dropped her link earlier, but
You all,
Netter
you
did.
all-
Thank you so much. And you know, have a successful stream tonight, Courtney. Have fun. Thank you so much for
you have
stopping
an
by to
excellent
encourage
birthday,
me.
and I'll
It's
look
good to
for,
meet you, Courtney.
notifications tomorrow and stuff too. Yes,
Bye,
with
Courtney.
everybody. Have a
Take
nice
care.
night. Bye,
Yep.
guys.
Good night,
Bye.
everybody.
You too.
All right,
And-
guess what? I gotta go too.
Do ya? Okay.
Yeah, well, it's
No. It's
turning
getting
into a
late.
pumpkin. So, and
I get
the
it.
dog is sitting here looking at me, going, "Are we going upstairs?"
Yeah. I get
so,
it.
you know, he thinks it's another Christmas Eve or New Year's.
Stephanie,
So-
thank you so much for stopping
You're
by.
welcome.
Please, if you get a chance, Stephanie, maybe stop by tomorrow, listen to where you dropped off, because I know that we're going to be getting into some Boba Fett talk later.
Well, yeah, I will. I just want to say this. Apparently Disney was in listening to Doomcock's stream,
Yeah, I haven't heard it yet.
and it was a very mixed reaction to it.
Yep.
When they started talking about Boba Fett, and I'm like, you know, I got into it with Canadian Spider-Man. I'm like, but he's not a bounty hunter anymore. This is a different person. because of-
Right. Character
and
growth.
they can't accept it. It's like there's a contingency of fans who think that it's alpha to run around killing people and dragging them away.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, no, that's not alpha. Din Djarin's not an alpha until he found Grogu, and then he
Right.
had to make a moral choice. Boba Fett basically is, and I said this, is doing what he did with the Tuscans until they accepted him for survival.
Yep.
That's what that is. It has nothing to do with morality. Yep. It's about survival. All right. This is not a beta male. No matter, they don't fucking know what.
Well, it's a lot of beta males calling him a beta male, so I'm not sweating it too much.
Troy, you and I can have a private conversation about that because you know who I'm talking about.
Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. We'll get into it some more. In fact, Stephanie, if you want to come on next week, we can actually make it a Boba Fett night if you want.
Okay, cool.
Okay, let's plan on that then.
All right, and I just want to leave you guys with this. Empire Strikes Back, I hated his guts. Hated him.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, he needs to die. Okay.
And he did.
And then it's like, but as I'm 53, I'm not 12 years old. My life isn't ruined because Han Solo was killed by him or whatever. Han survived. And it's like, you know what? This is a very interesting story. And oh, by the way, I know where this is coming from because I know the history of the Old West. I know the EU. And the people bitching who are big Star Wars fans don't even know what spice is. Okay, I gotta go. All right. Yeah. See you guys or later. Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So anyway, yeah, let me real quick. I'm in the middle of typing something. And I'm a little tipsy, so I can't spell.
A little tipsy.
There we go. No, it happens. You know, when I have real alcohol, I get a little bit tipsy. But anyway, let me real quick say hi to Mr. Matchstick. He's been here a little while, and I chatted hi, but I wanted to make sure that he felt encouraged for being here. And Sir Torin, you haven't had a chance to get a word in edgewise, but I suspected you were probably really enjoying the talk about musical theater and music in general.
Yeah, it was nice. Happy birthday.
Salud, thank you.
And when you were mentioning lizard people at the beginning, I was actually thinking about this. The plot to Amazing Spider-Man was the lizard trying to turn everyone in New York into a lizard person. I said, well, you won't get the Stacys and the Parkers because they're the only good people there.
Ah, there you go. If anyone else wants to, live on the wild side and join the stream, I just dropped the link again.
I'll just say what he said reminded me of like a Spider-Man scene in one of the comics when he goes up to one villain and says, "With this medical technology you created, you could cure cancer." And he says, "No, I want to turn everybody into a dinosaur."
That does seem to be the villainous plot, right? It's like, I'm not looking to help the world. I'm looking to do whatever crazy ass thing I want to do, for crying out loud.
Actually, I was thinking about this because the one website I like to go on, they ask these questions like, well, why don't the villains do this or this? And I go, you do know they're villains, right?
That's why in the post-crisis era, okay, we're drifting into DC Comics here. In the post-crisis era, John Byrne, when he rebooted Superman, completely changed Lex Luthor, made him a businessman and egotistical and, whatever. And what I found really interesting about that was his motivations were far more logical. I mean, not evil for evil's sake. He didn't just twirl a mustache. He had a reason for the things he was doing, Yeah. And when he would do good things, because it built him up, right? And he became somewhat of a heroic character in Metropolis, and he ran for president. And, I'm kind of surprised that, well, maybe it's because there was 30 years between it, but they probably would have made a Donald Trump kind of analogy these days.
I think they did.
Yo.
Hey, Mr. Matchstick. You came in just at the right time because we're just starting to talk about some DC comic stuff here. And I know you are the resident mostly animation DC kind of guy. You know way more about that aspect of DC Comics than I do, but
I have a
we've
pretty
definitely
general
chewed
knowledge.
some of the same ground on the DC Comics front.
Could you repeat that last part?
I'm sorry, Mr. Matchstick, I didn't hear you
Could you
there.
repeat that last part, please?
I was just saying, you came in at just the right time because you are our DC Comics animation expert. That seems to be what you excel in that I don't know too much about.
I've seen a lot of it, yes.
Yep. And, Sir Torin and Mr. Matchstick and actually, I'm not sure about these other two guys, but I do have a group on MeWe called Fixing the DC Universe, where we imagine an alternate universe where if we were in charge of Warner Brothers, how the DC extended or expanded or whatever you want to call it universe would have turned out. We've had some pretty good ideas there, and these guys here have definitely contributed some great ideas to it. There's good stories, and I don't feel like Hollywood is touching on them at all.
Well, now they're all about the multiverse, and then they're going to be about the all-female teams. That seems to be the
Well,
next
you
trend.
see,
Yeah.
here's my thoughts on that. I ignore it. I plug my ears. I don't want to hear any of it. It sounds like crap. I'm just gonna ignore it all.
Actually,
I'm just gonna cherry pick all the good stuff coming out, like the animated movies and stuff.
so I'm sorry to pivot away from DC on that, but that is actually a good segue into something else I was starting to talk about earlier for the benefit of Aged Boomer and Big Al, and that's the online war I've seen going on about the Book of Boba Fett. Am I right?
Good Lord. Can't people just watch a show and enjoy it and not blow the internet up?
Big Al, that's
That's
exactly back in the green room when I was talking to Aged Boomer. I got to share this with everybody that's out there, right? So I've been on the Twitter tweets because, PJ of Orville Nation pulled me in. That son of a bitch. But I'm on the Twitter tweets, and there's all this talk back and forth about the Book of Boba Fett. Some people love it, some people hate
May I
it.
interrupt for a second?
Yes, please.
Remember when I was talking about just ignoring everything?
Yes.
I've been doing that for Star Wars since the last Jedi came out.
You're
I have no idea what's happening with Boba Fett right now.
you are a young guy, but you are a very wise guy.
Could you provide some context, please?
So here's the thing. The Book of Boba Fett has very much divided the fan base, and I'm not sure that I entirely understand why, but I have my theories.
Not that the fan base was a nice whole entity as it was.
Good point, Al. Good point. But here's my personal theory. I think there is a segment of the fan base that is, in politics we talk about the never Trumpers. Okay, I think there is a segment of the Star Wars fan base that is the never Disneys, right? Mm-hmm. So Disney can do no right, especially ever since the whole Gina Carano thing. I'll be honest with you, I have strong feelings.
It was before that. It was Last Jedi broke.
Well, no, you're right, but I think that it was absolutely solidified by the Gina Carano thing. I think that was the flashpoint. I think there was an amorphous element to it, and it was solidified by Gina.
Last Jedi was Pearl Harbor. Gina Carano was Hiroshima.
That's fair. Okay, that's a great analogy, Al. Thank you. So here's my thing about this, and I've said this, guys. Of course, I want to self-promote a little bit. I've got 2 videos out about the Book of Boba Fett, and they're mostly rants about this exact topic. And it would super encourage me if you went and listened and gave it a like or a dislike or left a comment or whatever that causes engagement. But I'm seeing a lot of people that are never Disney. right? They didn't like The Last Jedi. They didn't like the sequel trilogy. They certainly didn't like Solo: A Star Wars Story. It lost money. And then the Gina thing happened, and they're done with Disney. I'm sorry, but I mean, and I get it, okay? I understand that perspective, and a little part of me agrees with them. But at the same time, I do want new Star Wars content. And I feel that we have to, it's fine to withhold your money and withhold your support of the stuff that sucks, but you have to support the stuff that's good. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, it's like, and I made this point in my last video, it's like beating a dog constantly. Whether it does what you want it to or not, you keep beating it. The dog no longer knows what you want, and it just cowers in a corner. And that's where Disney is at. If you hate everything, you've got...
Like, I was going to say, sort of like what Matchstick is doing with the DC. He's watching the animated ones he likes.
I was about to bring that point up.
That's actually an excellent point. And I keep hearing this from Mr. Matchstick, that because, honestly, DC can do no right at this point, except for the things that Mr. Matchstick keeps sharing about the... And not even all of the animated DC.
They had a mess up with Apocalypse War, and that's the end of that DCEU, not the New 52 animated movie universe.
Yep. Ever
since then, except for that one Injustice movie, it's been hit after hit after hit. They've all been either okay or great. They haven't had.
And that doesn't surprise me at all, because Injustice is not.
They shouldn't have done that.
No, yeah, it's ridiculous. But that being said, this is the situation that I'm seeing with the Book of Boba Fett. I see these people that are, never Disney people, and they are bringing up these picayune, ridiculous critiques of the Book of Boba Fett that, as I said in my last video, the original series could not stand up to. So here's, and I'm paraphrasing, I'm not directly quoting because I'm too foggy to remember an exact quote, but I'm getting the spirit of it. They say, I can't stand the fact that they turned a villain into a hero. This is not who Boba Fett is, right? And I'm going, what do you know about who Boba Fett is?
Boba Fett was really gray. Just a whole bunch
Boba Fett had 4 lines in 2 movies. And, you can add in his origin story in the prequels, but by and large, you have no idea who Boba Fett is. Whatever headcanon you've built up is based on a bunch of EU stuff that, I'm sorry, never was canon. We have a tendency to jump on Kathleen Kennedy and say she jettisoned the EU, but we need to understand that the EU never was true canon. It was secondary beta canon at best. And now, someone possibly in the stream right now, sweetie, could you take care of the bot that's in the chat right now? Has that completely threw me. What was I saying?
Kathleen Kennedy, right? Did you mention that?
Yeah. So I need more, Boomer. I'm
You're talking about Boba Fett being a villain, and some people don't like him.
Yeah, so they have this idea based on a beta canon that was... Oh, that's it. Kathleen Kennedy jettisoned the EU.
Right.
And everyone got upset about that, but the fact is, that was never truly canon. People incorporated that into their mental head canon, but I'm sorry, it was never canon. Here's the rule of thumb that people need to understand, okay? Books and games and things that not everybody has access to and partakes in cannot be canon. That is why the rule of thumb for all of canon is, unless it appears on screen, it's not canon. Okay? So this is what people need to understand going into the Book of Boba Fett. I don't care what comics and books you've read, okay? It's not canon until Favloni, somebody put together Favreau and Favloni, and I really like it, so I'm sticking with it. Favloni have decided to canonize it. Once it appears on screen, it's canon, okay? So we have characters, we have locations, we have... Okay, for example, in the last Book of Boba Fett, we had this, and I'm not even going to try to remember in my, boozy haze, the name of the Wookiee, but the Dark Wookiee that was introduced. He
was cool.
Right? And he is from Extended Universe, right? He has now been canonized. He exists. That doesn't mean all the stories he appeared in are canonized, but that character exists, right? The name of the Hutt planet, Null Hutta, okay? That was not canon until the last episode of the Book of Boba Fett. Now it's canon, okay?
I definitely agree that with that point, because a lot of the EU stuff is really dumb. The Yuzong Vong, for example, whole bunch of retarded.
Amen. From your mouth to Papa George's ears, for crying out loud.
But a lot of the stuff is really good. I think Boba Fett, he should be a really gray character. He's a man who lives his whole profession. He makes his money, his job off of killing and hunting other.
I am so sick of the people that are saying he's a villain. He's not a hero. He's never been a villain. And he's not a hero now. People don't, for all the people that talk about, the dark side of the Force and the light side of the Force, and they're pushing this concept of the gray side of the Force, which I'm not opposed to, okay? But until it's canonized, it's EU, okay? Same thing here, okay? He was a bounty hunter who took a job. I never saw him as a villain. He took a job. I mean, he's no different than, Dog the Bounty Hunter, right? He's literally working on the side of the establishment. Law enforcement. In his mind, he's a hero. Okay? In the eyes of most of the public, he's doing a service to the public. He's tracking down villains. Okay? History is written by the victors. The rebels won, they become the heroes. Until then, they're insurrectionists. We're kind of living through some of that stuff.
I think Boba Fett would be more feared than anything. The man's a Terminator. And
so this is why one of my commenters, good friend of mine, who is an oftentimes contributor to the channel in the chat, Skipper Kenner. He made reference to Boba Fett, and he made the correlation to The Godfather 2. He actually compared Boba Fett to Michael Corleone. No one would argue that Corleone is a hero, but he is the protagonist of the story. Yeah, there you go, Al. Thank you. Oh gosh, now I got that tune in my head. And thank you for that. But Michael Corleone is absolutely more of a hero character than, say, his father or his brother or whatever. But he's not truly a hero. There's certain things you admire about him. He wants to be better, but he's still a criminal, right?
He's a lighter shade of gray.
And that's the thing. We live in this moral relativism, right? Mm-hmm. We live in this era where we want Batman to not be a hero. We want him to be dark. Well, for crying out loud, what is Boba Fett? Real quick, let me welcome to the chat, Deleted Scenes. Deleted Scenes, you are one of my biggest supporters on the interwebs, liking all of the bullshit that I say, and I thank you so much for being here. How you doing tonight, Deleted Scenes?
Fair to partly cloudy. And happy birthday.
Salud, thank you so much for that. So obviously you came in at just the right time because I know you have some strong feelings about the Book of Boba Fett. Am I wrong?
I do and I don't. I was on Pop Culture Minefield's live stream earlier today. We were talking about Boba Fett. I have not seen it because I don't.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't currently have Disney Plus. However,
neither do I.
Have some, say no more.
Army Hardies.
Know what I mean? Nudge, nudge. Okay. All right.
Say no more. Say no more.
I do have some thoughts on the character itself because
Please.
my familiarity with Boba Fett was through the original trilogy, of course.
Salute.
You know, and I never understood why the character was as popular as he is.
Mm-hmm.
Because to me it was like, okay, he's a gun hand. He's in the background. He takes Han to Jabba.
Okay.
He gets tossed into a Sarlacc pit. End of story.
I dig it.
You know?
I dig it. Deleted Scenes. I can answer that question for you.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of people asking that question. Let me answer that to those that will listen. Okay? The mystique of Boba Fett starts with the holiday special that most people that aren't as old as me have not seen. You know, and unless you join me for my Big Al, what? I've done it 3 times now where I've done rewatches of the holiday special?
Yeah, two original and then one that special one you did this year.
Yeah, okay. So three rewatches of the holiday special. What's important is that was our first exposure to Boba Fett. And it was good.
And if you really look at him, he's not a villain. He's a man who is doing what he needs to do for his own needs.
Yeah, no, exactly. And then that was almost at exactly the same time that Kenner did their first mail-away figure, which was Boba Fett. And we had no idea who Boba Fett was, except for the holiday special. And that was our exposure to him. And then we got this mail-away figure. And we literally had the figure in hand before The Empire Strikes Back came out. So you have to try and see Boba Fett from the point of view of a 50-year-old fart. I'm sorry, tomorrow 51-year-old fart. Who
48.
Well, fair enough.
Yeah.
But that experienced Boba Fett this way. He had this incredible mystique before we even saw Empire Strikes Back. Okay? And I remember... Okay, so now you got to think about Empire Strikes Back. Think about his scenes. What do we know from Empire Strikes Back? No disintegrations. As you wish. Okay? And then he was the only one who was able to track Han Solo because he did something clever.
Well,
you know, by hanging out in when the Imperial Star Destroyer jettisoned its garbage.
There was one scene. Well, I mean, they don't specifically say it, but that IG-88 droid, that's trash. It was a part of the background. So 2. But he did kill the other one. Right. There's that. And then, it's been debated because of what was written in the novel, who actually was that did the shooting in that scene. But yes, you're right. And Boba Fett was there when all the other bounty hunters were unsuccessful. He succeeded where the others failed, right? We assume
that Vader picked the best bounty hunters in the galaxy, and he's the one that we follow from, we're angry at him because he captured one of our heroes, and then, we see what happens to him in Return of the Jedi. So that's all we really know about Return of the Jedi from the original series or the original trilogy. But that being said, it builds up a mystique. You haven't seen his face. He's only had a couple of lines. It allows your mind to build up all of this headcanon. It's the Jaws effect. You don't see the shark, but you're scared to death, right? Mm-hmm. It's that idea. You let the mind, the imagination, do all the work.
And when you look at the special editions, of course, they slid him in to A New Hope that he'd been hanging around Jabba's business for a while. So it actually makes sense that he's like, I've got all this knowledge about how Jabba's business is run, and there's this big power vacuum.
I'm so sorry that he didn't come into the stream, but Skipper Kenner was the one who brought up the idea and the parallel between Boba Fett and Michael Corleone, and I think it's brilliant because this idea of somebody who he's coming up through the ranks, right? He doesn't want to stay a bounty hunter all his life. He wants to raise up to the level of boss. He wants to solidify his power base. And how do you do that? Do you do it through fear or do you do it through respect? We're seeing that storyline playing out in the Book of Boba Fett. So we saw in many, the simple level is he spared the two Gamorreans. And then when the Gamorreans come to his rescue, there's the payoff, right? In my video, I made the example of the lion and the mouse. The lion's going to eat the mouse. The mouse says, please don't eat me. If you let me live, I will, repay your kindness. And this makes the lion laugh. How can you help me? But you've made me laugh. That in and of itself earned you your life. I'll let you go. And then days down the lion is captured in a net by hunters. And the mouse comes along and says, now's my opportunity to help you. I promised I would help you. And here's my chance. And he chews through the ropes and he saves the lion. Right? That's the kind of thing I'm talking about here. This is the thought that I'm trying to convey. Anyway.
I understand that, but I also understand that Star Wars has a fandom. I mean, these
a
people
very opinionated one,
a very opinionated fandom who will watch one of the trailers and go frame by frame looking for Easter eggs, looking for clues. So when something is off in continuity, they're going to pick up on it, and they're going to focus on that, because if one thing goes wrong in the continuity, that's a whole chain of dominoes that are inevitably going to fall. Now, and I'm not saying that that's right or wrong, that they should think that way. Like I said, I haven't seen this, so I'm not going to judge this particular show.
That's fair.
I have an interesting parallel here.
Go for it, Al.
There's something you said, deleted scenes. When you talk about, they will pick it apart and they'll go through, it's like, oh, this is not part of continuity. Now, Star Wars has been around since 1977. Mm-hmm. If you are a Doctor Who fan and tried to do that, you would literally end up in a padded room.
Yeah,
with all
for sure.
All the inconsistencies and continuity issues and everything like that. Sometimes it is better for your own psyche just to let things unfold.
Thank you, Al. That's exactly.
Don't pick at it. I mean, they tell you if you have a wound, don't pick at it.
And
It'll
another
never
thing-
heal.
It'll never heal if you keep
Let me-
picking at it.
Another
Let
thing
me-
that everybody. Go ahead.
I was going to say, this is a great opportunity for me to share what I was talking to Aged Boomer about in the green room before the stream. That's that I've discovered something about the internet. I've discovered something about the socialist media. I've discovered something about the trolls. Okay. So there was a post that I saw and commented on somebody's stream in Twitter, where they showed a picture of Mos Espa from the Book of Boba Fett. That big sinkhole of a city with other buildings above it. Okay? Mm-hmm. And underneath it was a picture of Mos Espa from the prequel trilogy, which is a much closer picture that doesn't show a sinkhole. And the comment was, what is this? Are they not even paying attention to continuity? This makes absolutely no sense. They're completely ignoring what went before. So what I shared, and I got a lot of likes on it and a lot of comments on it, was a picture of Chicago from very high showing the lake, okay? And another picture of Chicago from very close where you can't see the lake. And I said, what is this? Where's the lake? Is this a continuity error? Are they not paying attention to continuity? No, it's called perspective, you dumbass. And I had a couple people come on that started arguing with me. And I responded in a logical format. And I even shared a link to a video from Lore Star that specifically talked about the upper and lower city, right? And why, in the prequel you wouldn't have seen the lower city and so forth. And I realized going through these arguments, I was starting to get arguments that were very, very similar to the kinds of things you get from like flat earthers. People that come up with bending over backwards, bend yourself into pretzel kind of bullshit in order to support a stupid perspective. And I realized these guys don't even fucking believe what they're talking about. And talking logic with them is pointless. They're trolls. And they're just here to waste my time. So I started responding in kind. And real quick, I did want to acknowledge Leia Plus Size. You are such a sweetheart. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming to wish me a happy birthday. Thank you for being in my stream. And it's probably time for me to drop the link again, even though there's a lot of people in the stream right now. I certainly want to talk to all of you that I can. If you want to join me, by all means. But the more people there are, the harder it is for me to get you all in. Anyway, go ahead.
Can I bring up a point about what are the main complaints? Is it the fact that Boba Fett is not a badass bounty hunter on the series? Is that what people are upset about?
That's a big thing people are talking about, yes.
Because I have another idea too.
Please.
The Mandalorian series, is that about another badass bounty hunter? Does he actually, even after...
So this is a big thing that I haven't heard anyone else comment on.
Yeah.
Originally, the Mandalorian was Boba Fett. Okay, they wanted to do a Boba Fett series.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, they kept getting blocked, so they said, fuck it, we'll just do a different Mandalorian. And that's when they came up with Din Djarin?
Yeah.
Is that his name?
Yeah.
I think they
Pedro fucking Pascal's character. And he was the character that was going to be excuse me, I got the hiccups. Boba Fett.
It's that time of the show, folks.
I think that's why maybe
I've had a lot to drink, guys.
Now, I take it this Boba Fett series is something more along the line of maybe like a mafia type type dealy, and I
So
think that's why they
I just
changed the
realized,
format.
Age of Boomer, you haven't seen the Book of Boba Fett, have
I
you?
have not. I haven't seen it.
Okay, so
yet,
you are probably not the only one in my chat. So let me kind of give you the 1,000-foot overview.
Run
right?
down.
Yeah, no, exactly. So the Book of Boba Fett is, and it's being told non-linear, and that's another thing that people have a problem with because they can't think non-linearly, right? We're having flashbacks, we're having current stuff, we're trying to mesh it with what we saw in The Mandalorian. Boba Fett was swallowed by the, and I'm going to do my best to put it in a linear format. Boba Fett was swallowed by the Sarlacc. He escaped from the Sarlacc of his own volition, which I think is brilliant. I've seen many EU interpretations of how he gets out of the Sarlacc, and personally I think this is the best one because it's not an accident. It's not that the Sarlacc was eaten by a Krayt dragon. It's not that, when the Sarlacc burped, he was ejected. He had to fight his way out, okay? And they are using emerging from the Sarlacc as an analogy for Lazarus rising from the grave and being reborn. And as I said in my last video, I can't be the only one who noticed that the Sarlacc looks like a giant space vagina. Okay? So he's literally being reborn. Okay? And reinventing himself. Okay? And let's face it, it's like Doomcock said. Actually, I kind of felt like Doomcock was quoting me, because I said this first. Being swallowed by a Sarlacc affects a man. Okay? And we're seeing that playing out. I'm joking, of course, because that's obvious. And so I'm sure that Doomcock came to this realization separate from myself. But that's what has happened, and we see his journey from emerging from the Sarlacc to where we saw him in The Mandalorian. And what happened was he got out of the Sarlacc and he spent some time with the Sand People, the Tusken Raiders. And here's my prediction, people. I'm starting to see some signs of this. The Wokosos are about to start the whole bullshit about not the Mandalorian. Well, he is a Mandalorian. Mm-hmm. Let's be clear. Boba Fett is a Mandalorian. Mm-hmm. Boba Fett is, in their minds, the white savior, right? Honestly, no, they're already starting this argument.
They're already doing that, yeah.
Are they? Did they not know the actor playing him isn't white?
Yes.
He's
I just had this conversation on the Twitter tweets, okay? And it doesn't matter. Because regardless of who is playing Boba Fett, they are seeing it as the white savior trope, and they are going to castigate it. That's just the way the Wokosos are. So, real quick, I'm sorry. I saw you. Wolf 10 Media, I see you there. You are my brother. I love you. Thank you so much for being here. Let me continue with what I was saying before I lose track of what I was saying. So, they're seeing him as the white savior. I don't care what they think. It's a good story. He learns from them. They learn from him. Mutual benefit. I don't think the Tusken Raiders have an issue with him as the white savior. Okay, they've accepted him as one of their own. Okay, they've looked past his, in quotes, skin color. Okay, for fuck's sake.
His Mandalorianness.
But I do, a little minor woke point for me is the fact that I've kind of followed Tamara Morrison's, behind the scenes story, and I really love it. He really pushed to have some of his Maori heritage built into the character, and they're doing that through the Tusken Raiders. So his fighting style is based on the fighting style of the Maori. So people that are, annoyed with things like, oh, he didn't use his backpack. Maybe he didn't want to fucking leave his partner. And when he, goes down into a crouch so she can bounce off of his outer thigh to kick the guy in the face, that's a Maori tactic. So fuck you very much for not knowing what the hell you're talking about.
And you're talking about his Maori culture, and the final part of the last episode where they're doing the dance around the fire.
Yup.
Very much like I forget what they call it, like a haka or whatever they call it. Or
yeah, I'm sorry, I haven't learned the technical terms yet. But I'll tell you what. One thing that the Book of Boba Fett has garnered in me is a desire to learn more about Maori history and culture.
But I do want to say this over, because I'm going to be getting off here soon. I want to say is, for those who are watching the Book of Boba Fett and they are enjoying it, and they're just letting it happen and enjoying it, which is what people basically should do. The ones that are calling all this stuff out are the ones that have been ripping apart everything Disney has done since Last Jedi because they hated it. And they keep saying, well, I hate what Disney's doing, but their eyeballs are still watching the show. But they're watching.
You make a great point that I hadn't thought about, Big Al.
And they watch it just to rip it apart. They're trying to find, it's like, can't you see that this is wrong? Why are you watching? It's like they're trying to find evidence to convince people not to watch it.
And when you make a good argument against what they're saying, they bend over fucking backwards and bend themselves into pretzels to refute it. And it's like, you know what? You've lost this argument.
Yeah, and I've been saying this even before Last Jedi, because anybody who knows me knows I've taken my fair share of bumps for saying.
You've taken your fair share of bumps from me too. So
yeah,
in fairness,
I mean, it's hate is a big word, and it's a matter of how it fits into your own head.
Right.
But I think it was, I don't know if it was deleted scenes or torn. I forget who said it, but used the word cherry picking.
Yep.
I was like, I'm going to watch what I want to watch. I will make my decision as it happens.
You are preaching to the choir here. I will be the first one to admit that I'm opinionated, but at least I hold myself to a standard of being consistent.
Yeah.
Okay. And, if I hate something, there's a reason. If I like something, there's a reason. And if I'm open to it, there is a reason. Okay. I am not hating everything just to hate everything.
Yeah. I mean, there are things I will not watch, but it's not because I have
Mr. Sonny Big Al, there's something you don't like?
Well, and it's not a matter of saying I don't like it. I have no interest.
Okay, that's fair.
And I've watched things I didn't like. I mean, I've seen things that I'm like, that really is not that great. But I don't need to put out such negativity into the universe just because I'm ticked off because of what Ryan Johnson and Kathleen Kennedy are doing.
No. You're absolutely right. And okay, maybe it's the alcohol. Maybe it's just me being honest. In vino veritas, in wine is truth. So, Al, I hope you take this in the proper spirit, but I want to apologize to you if I have ever in the past been unfair to you in your opinion about things. I have often playfully mocked you about the whole Sonny disposition and Big Al likes everything. But in fairness, if I'm being realistic, you evaluate. Do I like it or do I not like it? If I like it, I like it. If I don't, I don't.
Oh, yeah.
And that's not being overly sunny. That's just being honest.
Yeah, I am probably wired more to like something rather than dislike.
Well, because let's face it, especially in this frickin' negative era, you want to look for things to enjoy.
I mean, it can be bad, and we all know the movie I'm thinking about right now. It could be terrible.
Ouija shark!
But the enjoyment factor is something that truly matters. How you feel about a movie. It can be the worst movie ever, but if you liked it, that's got value to it. And if you don't like it, that's fine.
I am starting to realize that life is too damn short.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why people are so set again. I mean, it's one thing to say I don't like what they're doing, but to go on a mission to tell everybody why you're wrong if you're still watching it.
Yeah.
Why it's terrible. It is terrible, and if you like it, then you suck. No, if you're watching it because you like it, good. I'm glad you like it. I was saying, whatever you're watching, I just hope you like it.
What I was saying about these internet trolls is it really seems to me like they must have a fucking lot of time on their hands, and they're really looking to waste your time. They want to engage you in an argument and keep poking at you to keep you commenting.
Yeah. Well, see, and
for no reason.
And I'll be the first one. And I'll be the first one to say, I don't watch a lot of YouTube opinion shows. I watch.
No. Don't be mistaken. I meant.
But I know what you mean. But like you know, I just don't do that because I value my opinion more than anybody else's, quite frankly. And it's like you're talking about, but you know, it's like I like watching other things, and even on Twitter I'll scan. And I'm like, oh yeah, I can see that's negative. And then scroll. Ooh, hot chick. Stay there for a second or two. Scroll. But I just filter. I try to filter out as much negativity as I can. I mean, everybody's got their opinion, and that's fine.
And Big Al, you embody something that I think Star Wars fans need to focus on, right? Mm-hmm. There is one theme in Star Wars that I think, for whatever reason, Star Wars fans seem to have missed, and that's hope.
Yep.
Big Al, you are about hope, right? You look for the best in things, and what do we see constantly? A New Hope. What was the line from Leia when they added her to the Rogue One? Mm-hmm. What is that? It's hope. It's all about hope, right? What is the symbol on Superman's chest? It means, in his language, hope. And yet, we have so many people commenting on these things that are hopeless.
I think our current era, pandemic era, has not helped with this, though. I think
No.
Well,
too
yeah.
open.
You're
Age of
right.
Boomer, you're right, but I don't think this is new. I think this is the culmination of something. I've seen it in so many of the YouTubers. I've seen it in so many of the people. Honestly, the YouTubers that brought us together have become hopeless. And that's why I don't follow them now. There are so many YouTubers that I used to follow and subscribe to that honestly I stopped watching their videos, and so I therefore stopped subscribing to them because I was like, oh, what the fuck are they bitching about now that they hate?
Jaded.
Yes, that's exactly it, Mr. Matchstick. They're jaded. They whatever, even if it's good, they find reason to hate it. And I'm getting fucking sick of it. And
See, that's why
this
I
is
did
why
my-
I am so apologetic to you, Big Al.
That's why I did my video little award show to award all the stuff I like. And
Right.
I did the one little jokey
Right,
thing about,
exactly.
the thing.
Netter thinks I'm too drunk, so she's pouring me a cup of pretzels.
Yeah, but I mean, like I
You're
said,
starting
I
to
got
slur your words. You're definitely.
She says I'm starting to slur my words, and
are, dude.
I
You
think
are
that's
on that.
totally on brand.
yeah. But see, I invented my own award show to hand out
Just
awards for the good
growled
stuff.
She's taking the booze away from me, guys.
Yeah. But yeah, so yeah, if you want to see what I thought was good the last year, just check out my my video on the biggies, my award show.
Honestly,
I
Al,
don't have fun
honestly,
doing
it's in my queue. I have this
right.
40 video queue of things
Yep.
to watch later. I haven't gotten around to.
It's actually one of the longer videos I've done because I just
Oh, great.
yeah, I basically I was like, well, I don't want to do a best and worst. I want to do a best of. And I was like, I basically usually stick to the movies and series. So I just had, various genres and then a best of overall for both.
Let me
movies
real
and
quick
series.
interject here. I'm having so much fun tonight, guys. I just want you to know that you have all, those that aren't even in the stream anymore, that started out with me, those that have recently joined with me, I'm having so much fun tonight. You have made my birthday. You've made my birthday. That's it. There you go. Thank you so much, guys. Go ahead, Al.
Oh well, no, I was pretty much up, but like I said, I do try to put out the positive stuff, and I know you do too. But
That's incredibly encouraging of you to say, Big Al,
well,
because
you try. Well, I'll try.
I don't feel like I do. I feel like I'm bitching all the time.
Yeah, and I know you would be upset. Either do it or don't. There is no try.
But what am I bitching about? I'm bitching about the fact that people are so negative.
Yeah,
Right?
and look, but you say that. Look at the cycle that's happening. People are bitching about people who are bitching about people who are bitching about other people who are bitching.
I made Big Al swear. I made Big Al swear.
Okay, now this is funny. Show him the name on your booze cup, or on your thing there.
This?
It's from our booze company, or store, Binny's.
Those of you that know what Binny's is, I have a red cup. It's a metal red cup from Binny's. That's
So
what my
his
pretzels
booze
are.
sponge is in his booze cup.
Netter, you are wonderful. Let me tell you something, guys. And Vino Veritas, in booze is the truth. Netter is the best part of me. She is my better half. She is incredible, and thank you. Oh my gosh. Netter, drop your link right now, because if you're not following Netter's network, she needs to be encouraged. Please, for my sake, encourage Netter. Anyway, go on, Al. You were talking. I'm sorry I interrupted you, but you guys all have to understand I am 3 sheets to the wind.
I think there might be a few more sheets hanging out in the breeze there.
4 sheets. I am 4 sheets to the wind.
No, but yeah, just it's just I don't get the negativity.
No. And that's one of the things I appreciate about you, Al, is that you don't. You are a very positive person who doesn't get.
Yeah, I'll do like a bad if I watch a bad film that I plan to review and it's bad, I'll say it's
You
bad.
do warn us. You warn us. This is a bad movie. Don't watch it. And then we fucking watch it.
Well, that was another situation. Yeah, that guy. There was.
I'm sorry. You know, as horrible as Ouija Shark is, it's an experience that Nanette and I can share, and I'm glad of it.
Yeah. So sometimes they are fun, and there's some great bad stuff out there. I watched something the other day, something like something about the Wood Witch, or something. It was. I was like, this is kind of interesting, and then the Wood Witch showed up, and it was like this horrible scene.
Al, did you see that link that I shared, that I tagged you in about being bait for Bigfoot or something like that?
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Did you go to the link?
Oh no, I didn't go to the link. I just saw the picture.
Go to the link. I'm not going to say anything else. Just go to the link.
Yeah, there's some fun Bigfoot stuff out there too.
I laughed so hard. Okay, so the guys on the bottom haven't had a chance to really talk.
And in fact, I'm actually gonna head out to give other people more
Big
time.
Al, we'll talk to you tomorrow night because
I guess
we're
we'll talk
doing
to
the
the movie.
rewatch tomorrow. Netter's going to drop the link again real quick.
I just want to wish you again a very happy birthday into tomorrow.
Nights.
And I will definitely see you tomorrow night. I hope everyone has.
I will be sober tomorrow night. I will be.
Awesome. I just hope everyone has a great evening, and join us tomorrow night for If You Could See What I Hear. And see a guy figure out how to put on his socks for the first time.
Oh wow!
you feel it with your big toe, right?
Yeah, I love that. I love that scene.
I love the fact that you've already seen it and we have that connection. That's going to be fun.
To it. I haven't seen it in a long time. I'm looking forward.
Right, me neither. Netter got it for me on DVD and I haven't seen it in a while. So
yeah, I think
the blind guy drive.
You let the blind guy drive. You're the only one that was sober, officer.
I think I got. I don't know if mine was from an old VHS rip or whatever it is, but I got a copy, so I should be good to go.
Awesome.
But I'll see you guys tomorrow night. Take
care, Al. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
Good night. Oh, and if I could interject, Troy, it's getting to be the time I got to leave too.
Take care, AG Boomer. That'll give Mr. Matchstick and deleted scenes and Sir Torin a chance to get a word in edgewise.
Good night.
Take care, Boomer. See you later. See you on Sunday on Geeky
Geezers on my channel. We got some good stuff to talk about. Nick Cage will be talking.
Looking forward to it, man. I'll get the notes to you tomorrow, as usual.
Oh. Okay.
Take care.
Gotta go. Good night. Happy birthday.
Bye-bye.
Funny that you mentioned it. It is Nick Cage's birthday today.
Oh, so Nick Cage's birthday is the day before mine?
Yep.
Speaking of birthdays,
look,
on the 21st, it's my own birthday.
Oh, God bless. Nicolas Cage. I love Nicolas Cage. He and I probably have so much in common. If we were to ever meet, we'd probably be like fast friends, you know?
Well, you know, did you ever hear how he got prepared for his role in Leaving Las Vegas?
Oh, God, no.
He would get drunk, and he'd have his friends film him while he was drunk. And here
I am, the only times in my life that I'm drunk, I'm on stream, so I can watch it anytime I want.
Yep.
Nicolas Cage and I have clearly some of the same interests. He's a huge Elvis fan. Again, Elvis's birthday is the same day as mine. I've always shared a birthday with Elvis. I've always felt a kinship with Elvis. He's got this, I don't know, there's something about him that I can totally relate to, you know?
He's also a big Superman fan.
Superman. He was in a David Lynch film called Wild at Heart.
Ah, yes.
I am a huge David Lynch fan. I don't have too many videos about that. I probably should do more videos about David Lynch, but yeah.
I remember when a couple of years ago when you and Al were doing that whole rewatch of the rewatch of the pilot of Twin Peaks.
I started to do a Twin Peaks rewatch, and I never really continued with it. I wish I had.
Yeah, and I think you had touched on other movies that David Lynch had directed.
Yeah.
Beforehand, and I kept on wondering, okay, when are we going to get to Wild at Heart? Because that movie's kind of nuts.
Sir Torin, maybe when I sober up, send me a link. Remind me that I want to do a video about that. Maybe you and I can do something about that.
Maybe.
That's a great idea because I would really enjoy that.
Because I'm gonna say this. When I was younger, my opinion of David Lynch was kind of a negative. I thought
really.
I thought he was one of those, auteur hacks that just did a movie and was a goof. Was like, oh, look at me, I'm quirky, and look at my hair, and I'm David Lynch.
I dig that. Did you help me out, Sir Torin? Did I ever really talk about my my history with David Lynch and why I'm such a big fan?
I don't think you did.
So, when I was in college, I honestly I can't remember who it was or what the circumstances were, but somebody recommended David Lynch and his film Eraserhead. And I went to the video rental place that was on campus and rented Eraserhead and watched it for the first time. Although I was in the liberal arts department, I wasn't in, a department that would have studied film or anything like that. But I got really interested in it. I know I'm slurring, so bear with me. Try to listen through it. And I really loved Eraserhead. And that was kind of my hook. And it was just a few years before Twin Peaks premiered. When Twin Peaks premiered, I did not see the first season. I missed it completely. And I heard all of the popular comments about it. I was like, oh, I missed out on this. This is the guy that did Eraserhead. And then the following season, they reran it. So I watched it from the beginning. And I got ridiculously obsequious about it. I took notes because I was going to solve the mystery of who killed Laura Palmer. And I bought the book, the Secret Diary of Laura Palmer, that was written by
Jennifer
David
Lynch.
Lynch's daughter.
Yeah.
Netter, what was David Lynch's daughter's name?
Jen.
Jen Lynch. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Boxing Helena.
Yes, Boxing Helena and all the other films she did. She's awesome in her own right, but give me a break. Fuck, I'm drunk. So I read Laura Palmer's Secret Diary. Sweetheart, I got 2 sodas in front of me.
Drink that one.
She thinks I'm too drunk. Personally, I think I'm fun when I'm drunk on stream. Give me a comment if you think I'm fun when I'm drunk. Or if you think I should sober up before I... Anyway.
I think there's a fine line.
Jen Lynch, Secret Diary of Laura Palmer. I read the book. I listened to the audio tapes recorded by Kyle MacLachlan, the authorized biography of Dale Cooper. I did it all, right? And I thought I had solved the mystery, and I missed the mark. Bob, this horrible, evil entity from, this demonic character, killed Laura Palmer. Oh, only to find out he was an influence on another character. I don't want to... I know this is like 40 years, on, but I don't want to do any spoilers. Bob was possessing someone else.
Oh, I know who. I know who.
No, of course I know you. I know you know, but let's not spoil it.
Right.
Because oh my gosh, I would. It would be so much fun if everybody who listened to this stream, who heard this, went and watched Twin Peaks. All of Twin Peaks, the 2 seasons from the original telecast, and then the Showtime 3rd season. My gosh, that would be so much fun. Anyway, Netta and I, once we got married, I told her how much I was into Twin Peaks, and she was open to the idea of going to Snoqualmie, Washington every year for the Twin Peaks festival that they were having. And we met a lot of the people that appeared in Twin Peaks and got a lot of behind the scenes type information. Huge Twin Peaks fans, both of us. She wasn't a fan, but she's supported me. Yeah. She's warm to it, Oh my gosh, guys, you're really missing out if you haven't. Oh my, Mr. Matchstick, we need to do. Have I done Twin Peaks in Culture Fortress?
No.
I need to. I really should. Remind me when I sober up to do Twin Peaks for Culture Fortress.
All right.
Yeah, because he forgets things he promises when he's drunk.
See, she knows me. She
like
knows.
Movies he's gonna play, and then he's like,
Sir Torin will tell you this too. Troy doesn't remember what he says when he's drunk. But anyway, so yeah, Twin Peaks. Check it out, guys. If you get an opportunity, I don't know if it's on stream. I'm always of the mind, own physical media. Mm-hmm. Speaking of own physical media, when it comes to Twin Peaks, I own it on VHS. I own it on DVD. I own it on fucking Blu-ray. I own the Showtime series. And yes, I will download it, but I will buy it as soon as they release it. I am that much of a Twin Peaks fan.
Do you have the international version of the pilot?
Yes, I do. On VHS.
Wow.
Yes. And I know the difference. I watched it when it originally aired. Mm-hmm. And when I saw the international pilot, I knew exactly what it was they did. I worked, when Netta and I were dating, I worked for a video rental place that had the Twin Peaks movie, which was really the pilot plus a completing ending from the international release. Mm-hmm. And for for the longest time, okay. So for the longest time, you could buy the international release of the pilot, which was the movie, which had an ending to it. And you could buy the VHS cassettes of episodes 2 through the end of the first season.
Mhm.
There was no pilot involved. This is very complicated stuff related to licensing and international rules and stuff. I don't know all the details, but one day maybe I'll do a video about it. But what you would have to do is you would have to watch the international version up to you'd have to stop it at the last
At like
5
around the
minutes.
90-minute mark or so. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then watch the first season on VHS. That was how you would watch it. And it had to do with international...
Fish in the percolator.
There was a fish in the percolator. Oh, Jack Nance. Oh,
I
that's
miss him.
that's
great.
that's another video. And
Yeah.
and let me tell you something. The help me out, Netter, if you can remember. She played his wife in Eraserhead, and she was
What her name was?
she was Bobby Briggs's mother in Twin Peaks.
Charlotte Stewart.
Thank you, Charlotte Stewart. Oh, how can I forget her? I met her at Twin Peaks. I met her at Twin Peaks. I met her in Snoqualmie, Washington, repeatedly. She was such a sweetheart. I have a picture of her when I was 100 pounds heavier, and she encouraged me so much to lose weight. She was such a sweetie, and she shared these wonderful stories about Jack Nance and working with him on Eraserhead and Twin Peaks and so forth. I don't know. I've completely lost track of what I was going to say, but
You met a bunch of people that were on the show there.
oh, you know what? I'm surprised I haven't done more videos about Twin Peaks and Mr. Mastic. Remind me, I probably want to talk about Twin Peaks sometime for Culture Fortress, just for the hell of it.
All right,
We
wrote it
also
down.
have to talk about Dual Spires.
Dual Spires, which was Psych. I know, you know, that I'm not telling the truth. Yeah, that's another story altogether. That'll work its way into the whole Twin Peaks thing. Mr. Mastic, do you have a blue wrench on my channel?
Yes.
Drop your link. Please subscribe to Mr. Matchstick, because in the near future I'll be talking. If you are interested in anything I've talked about in the past 10 minutes, I'll be talking about it on Mr. Matchstick's channel. But yeah, Twin Peaks. David Lynch is a genius. He's an auteur. If I met him in person, chances are I wouldn't agree with him on fuck all politically, but I love what he's done, in film. Anyway.
And the good thing about his movies is that he tends to keep politics out of them.
He does. And I love that about him. I used to follow Jen Lynch, his daughter, who also has done some great films. Boxing Helena, Sith, I don't remember what all.
She also worked on Walking Dead.
That movie
She
creeped me out.
did. I forgot about that. Netter is a huge fan of Jen Lynch because she really formed a connection with her when she met her. I tried following her on social media and her husband, and they are, well, frankly, they're left-wing fucking wackadoos, and I just couldn't anymore. But the work they've produced is genius. It really is. And I think that Jen Lynch takes from some segments in the entertainment industry, gets a bad rap because they feel like, it's nepotism because of her father. No, her father is an independent. He's not really in the whole Hollywood thing. So she hasn't really benefited from anything about him. No. But she has really forged her own path, and she's kind of a genius in her own right. Anyway, yeah, if I'm going to talk David Lynch, it's Dune, it's Eraserhead, Wild at Heart. Wild at Heart is the first place that I saw Nicolas Cage. So when I see Nicolas Cage, I think of him as first the character I saw in Wild at Heart. So anyway, that's just me. I interrupted one of you three. Help me out here, guys. I'm drunk, so help me out here.
Now, if you get started on like Twin Peaks and David Lynch movies, I'm just going to go down that rabbit hole with you.
Oh, that's awesome. In fact, deleted scenes. Are you a big David Lynch fan?
I did not see season 3 of Twin Peaks. I haven't seen it yet. I have it in like a stack of DVDs I haven't gone through yet. But
I love the fact that you have it on DVD but haven't watched it yet.
Or Blu-ray or whichever one of it that I have it on. But yeah, I haven't seen it yet. I'm kind of curious where it goes. I've been trying to stay away from spoilers on it, so I have no clue what happens.
The butler did it.
Well, yeah,
deleted
but
scenes.
Past that,
I could literally tell you my interpretation of what happened in it, and it wouldn't be a spoiler because you might interpret it a completely different way.
Yeah, because I got the idea that it's not a straightforward narrative.
No, but is anything that David Lynch does? Oh my gosh! Have any of you three seen Mulholland Drive?
Yes.
David, deleted scenes have. You guys?
I have not, no.
Okay.
The name rings a bell.
Okay, so...
oh, buckle up.
I may have to do a rewatch. Deleted scenes remind me when I'm sober. We should do a Friday night rewatch of Mulholland Drive. You and me, I think it would be a lot of fun. And we can give our own personal interpretations of what's happening in it. And
I definitely have some theories.
I do too. Some of it is based on my research on the interwebs. But look, let's face it. When you watch a David Lynch film, put aside, like Dune. If all you've seen is of David Lynch's Dune, forget that.
You put them over on that one, right?
And there is something to be said about many of the motifs that you see in Dune, but he's got recurring motifs in a lot of his productions that you can't ignore if you're trying to interpret what he's doing. But it's very... I don't think avant-garde covers it. He is not literal. All of his productions should be viewed as dream analysis.
Oh, for sure.
Okay. Yeah. And
it's like you're on drugs.
It's like you're on drugs. There is that element. But there is a right interpretation, but David Lynch will never give it to you. It's up to you to figure it out for yourself. And I think a lot of people project onto David Lynch what they believe. and I'd say about 50% of it is correct. And that is the best part of David Lynch, because you can keep rewatching and rewatching and rewatching and getting something new out of it every single friggin' time. Am I right? Deleted scenes?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
There you go.
Like for as many times as I've seen Mulholland Drive, and I have seen it more than once, especially when it first came out on video, every other day I think I watched it, or part of it.
And
trying to figure out the plot, because it is so labyrinthian and there's so much that you can project
deleted
onto it.
scenes.
And
you and I need to do a rewatch of Mulholland Drive, because I desperately want to share with you my interpretation of it. I think I'm onto something, but you're never 100% certain when it comes to David Lynch.
No.
Right? The other thing I'm going to share, even with Nanette sitting in the room, and Vino Veritas, Mulholland Drive has some of the best lesbian scenes in all of Hollywood productions.
Oh boy, does it. Yeah.
Woo!
The only thing I remember of the whole thing, besides her being really a wackadoo, is the masturbation scene, which really disturbed me.
Well, it's interesting you
disturbing.
say that, because that masturbation scene is meant to be incredibly off-putting.
It was.
No, you're right. There's a certain sexiness to it for the guys, but
when you're in that character's head by that particular point in the movie,
she's desperate.
Yes.
Yeah.
For just any kind of
feeling. She is just trying to survive. She is looking for some pleasure in life, and as sexy as that scene is, for those that find women sexy, it's also kind of sad and depressing, and it's meant to be. And so for Nanette to interpret it as off-putting is entirely appropriate.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Deleted scenes, please remember, to private message me that we're going to do an analysis and rewatch of Mulholland Drive, because I will forget. Not joking. This isn't tea. This really is booze, and I'm enjoying my birthday, but I probably won't remember most of what we've talked about tonight.
And I'm drinking water because my doctor keeps telling me I'm not drinking enough water. So there I go.
Deleted scenes. If your doctor is telling you you're not drinking enough water, you please listen to my advice. If you don't drink enough water, you will suffer with stones later, and they're incredibly painful, and you don't want to live through that. Drink more water.
No, I do not. So yeah,
Amen.
I am currently following doctor's orders. So yeah.
Amen. I'm trying desperately to read the comments, and everything's foggy. Wolfie said, Papa Pacelli. Oh man, I'm trying to read that. Baby Les Gay series on. Dude, what the fuck are you saying? I don't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I didn't get that either.
Keep in mind, I've had a lot to drink, but oh my gosh. Oh, Wolfie, I've seen Secretary. Whoo-wee. That movie is no, yes.
I never got around to that one.
Wow. That's all I can say. Wow. Okay, so think about the character of Sondan in the holiday special when he gives Itchy the tape, and he goes, "Wow." That's the same kind of wow. Okay, when I'm talking about Secretary. Netter has no idea what I'm talking about because she's never seen the movie, and she probably never will.
I'm
It's
aware of
not
it.
something she'd
I've
be
never
interested
seen it.
No, I don't think. Was
Um,
the search warrant
Maggie Gyllenhaal.
Yeah.
If you find her in any way attractive, you need to see that movie. Wow.
Oh man, I really wish I could remember some. I'm trying to remember this because when The Dark Knight came out and Maggie Gyllenhaal took over the role of Rachel Dawes,
Yes.
coworker of mine, I forget what he called her, but I started laughing really hard because he didn't find her attractive at all. Because he said, how do you go from Katie Holmes to... And now I'm still trying to remember what it was because my very first job actually allowed me to use a joke I've always wanted to use. which is a Batman-related joke.
Look.
What's the joke?
What?
Oh.
Go ahead. Yeah.
It was, you know how when the Joker says, have you ever danced with the devil in the pale moonlight?
Yes.
Well, there was a YouTuber who actually came up with the response to that. Yeah.
Okay.
It's, have you ever danced with the devil in the pale moonlight? Yeah. He told me you're gay.
Maggie Gyllenhaal is, from an attractiveness level, very average.
Mm-hmm.
But depending on the role she's in,
Yeah.
and The Secretary is a great example. I hope Netter is giving me a great deal of grace, because otherwise we'll end up divorced by the end of this stream.
Do we own that movie? Because I never want to watch it.
No, we don't own that movie. I saw it. I'm done. I'm okay. I'm fine with it.
It's not just one person in the stream who needs some.
Okay. Just for the sake of those people that are like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Yes, what the fuck are
The
you
Secretary
talking
is a movie with Maggie Gyllenhaal and who's that British actor? I don't know. I forget.
There's a lot of British actors.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
I thought James Spader was in that movie.
Oh, fuck.
He is.
You know what?
Secretary, right?
You're
James
making me
Spader.
look it up. I'm gonna fucking look it up. The Secretary.
Oh, Anthony Perkins' son is in that, too.
Yeah.
So it's Maggie Gyllenhaal. Oh God, I love the poster for it. You're right. James Spader is in it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, he is. It's not who I thought it was. It is James Spader. So Maggie Gyllenhaal is like an assistant, a secretary to James Spader. She's in love with him. He, doesn't give a crap about her. And they end up getting into a 50 Shades of Grey type of relationship.
But before 50 Shades of Grey.
Doesn't she go psycho?
Before 50... No. Well, sort of. She becomes a submissive to him. So...
I saw this movie. You made me watch it.
Okay.
This must have been before we got married.
I know it was many years ago, but you made me watch it. She's basically psychotic. She tries to take over his company, and then tries to kill him or his wife.
No. No, that's... You've got the wrong movie.
Oh, okay then.
She is totally submissive to him. And it's very... If you like 50 Shades of Grey, this was 50 Shades of Grey before 50 Shades of Grey. And Wolfie, thank you. You looked it up for me, and I shouldn't have had to. If I had just bothered to read the comments, yes, James Spader. She's his assistant, and she's very submissive to him. And the denouement of the story is he tells her, I want you to sit here at this desk and do nothing. And she literally sits. She would have sat at that desk obeying him until she died. She sits there. She messes herself. She starves herself. And when he comes back and finds that she's literally done what she said, he picks her up, takes her, and takes care of her. It's very bizarre. It's sick, but kind of romantic in a certain way. Anyway. Yeah, it's a 50 Shades of Grey, but before 50 Shades of Grey. And it was the first time that I saw Maggie Gyllenhaal as, you know, she's otherwise pretty mediocre, but in that film, you know. But just my take on it.
The character's name is even fucking Grey.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not necessarily saying I recommend the film, but you know, if you're looking for something to warm up the blood, maybe check it out. But yeah. And I'm asking for a little bit of grace from the chat because I've had a lot to drink and I'm 52 fucking years old, so screw it. No, 51. Let me not add an extra year. But yeah, if nothing else comes out of this, you know, I think deleted scenes, Sertorin, Mr. Mashstick, you guys are going to send me private messages with suggestions about future streams. So I probably got at least 3 good shows out of this stream. So
Yeah.
But
4 good shows. Can't just discount the one you're in now.
Nah.
I'm Fubar. Happy birthday to me. Netter is being... Pardon me?
Not for another half hour.
Not for another half... Oh, she's right. It's not truly my birthday for another half hour, and Netter is being incredibly tolerant of my inebriation. Gun woman? Wolfie, I don't even know what that is. Help me out there. What is that?
How far back are you?
It's like, Wolfie, there is a link to getting onto the stream. Just click on there and speak.
Oh.
Use words.
Oh, yeah. Wolfie, if you want to join us, please, by all means.
Oh my.
Go ahead and come into the stream. He does point out that the Secretary is better than 50 Shades of Grey. A little surprised that you've seen both, Wolfie, but he's not wrong. It's absolutely true. The Secretary is good writing. 50 Shades of Grey is bad fanfic is what it really is.
I could never see 50 Shades of Grey knowing that my mother-in-law has watched it.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
It's actually literally bad fanfic.
Guys, okay, so Netter brought it up. I'll go ahead and fill in the story. My mother knows that, you know, I make copies of DVDs and so forth, and she read all the 50 Shades of Grey books and she wanted the movies because she was curious. I made copies of those movies. When you make copies of movies, you watch them to see if they turned out. And oh my God, these were horrible films. But not only were they horrible films, but oh my God, this is what my mother is consuming. If I was in therapy, I'd be talking to my therapist about this shit. I mean, oh fuck.
They are actually bad fanfics.
Yeah.
They were based on...
No. You're absolutely right, Mr. Mashstick. The 50 Shades of Grey is actually bad fanfic of Twilight. Thank you. Oh gosh, everybody's saying it to me. Yes. Which I wasn't even a fan of. I wasn't even a fan of Twilight, let alone fucking 50 Shades of Grey, but you know what? The person that gives you life deserves whatever she asks for. She wanted copies of 50 Shades of Grey. I did it. And I think it was the third movie in that series I was having trouble making a copy of. I said, fuck it. I just bought her a copy of it. Because it's like, you're my mother. You want it. You can have it. But oh my God, this is shit.
I think I had to go into my parents' room for some reason to get something. I looked down at the end table on near my parents' bed. I see a copy of 50 Shades of Grey, and I just went, well, back to therapy.
That's sad, because not only do you see what your parents are watching in private, but it's not even good fucking porn, you know?
I don't
know.
Well, back to therapy for me. Oh, Mom, why?
Guys, you know, in Vino Veritas, my mom has my head entirely screwed up, and if nothing else, my wife has benefited from it. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not drunk enough to go into detail.
You know what? When they were talking, earlier in the panel, when you guys were talking about marriages and all of that, I'd realized I can be blunt with a lot of my friends. I show a surprising amount of restraint when I listen to my father talk about stuff. My father's been married 5 times. And
wow.
Yeah, twice to the same woman. He had to make the same mistake twice, I guess.
Look, if you marry the same person twice, okay, my personal opinion, that's like if you go into the refrigerator and you find the milk is spoiled, and you go, let me just put this back. Maybe tomorrow it'll be better.
Elizabeth Taylor married the same guy. It was either 2 or 3 times.
Richard Burton.
Richard Burton, yeah. And I honestly feel like they had a lot of extraneous things going on. I think they were meant to be together, but they had too much stuff outside that was affecting them.
So when I was talking to him, he was talking about how he was going to move back up to his home state when he retires, and I stopped myself from going, really? There are women there you haven't divorced yet? But the bright side is, I'm not cynical, because in the last 3 years on my mother's side, there have been hold on, I think 4 milestone marriages, marriage milestones. My godparents in 2018 celebrated their 30th anniversary. That's my mom's younger sister. My mother and stepfather, 20 years 2 years ago. Same year, my aunt and uncle, my mom's older sister, 25 years.
Yep.
Her brother and his wife, 15, and my grandparents last year, 60 years.
You know, I was the best man at my uncle's wedding. They're still married.
Yeah.
But my parents divorced when I was 16.
Ooh.
And that was rough, because while they were separated, my father was constantly going to see his girlfriend. And if he went to see his girlfriend, I had to be home to watch my brother. My brother had special needs. And I resented the fuck out of him. He could go see his girlfriend, but I couldn't spend time with my girlfriend at the time. I was in high school.
Yeah.
That kind of shaped, you know, my relationship with my father, my mother, and my brother. But, you know, I've heard so many horror stories about people whose parents were divorced, so they had really bad relationships going forward. I kind of took the opposite take. I spent my life going, what would my father do? I'm going to do the opposite.
That is actually what my mother told me. That's the one. If there's anything my father ever taught me, is do the opposite of what he did.
Yep.
And
I don't know, guys. Ask Netter. Am I a decent husband?
Very. It's like we were married for 30 years. Do you think I'd still be with you if you were an asshole?
And I don't know if
I don't swear normally, so
yeah. I don't know if I've ever talked to Netter about this, but I've had a couple of female friends that propositioned me over the years, and I was like, sorry guys, married, love my wife, not interested.
We've had friends that in fact we were at a friend's mother's funeral. And we were just sitting talking. It was like a group that we used to hang out with, and the girl goes, I used to think you were a real bitch because you were with Troy and I wanted him. And it's like, well, did you ever tell him you were interested? She's like, well, you had him, so I couldn't. And it's like,
you guys,
any interest before I even came along, so that's on you.
I'm a 51-year-old fuck, and but when I was a kid, when I was teenager, 20 years old, I had zero self-esteem. And I told these girls, it's like, look, if you'd have said something, if you'd have shown any indication you were interested, I'd have been all over that because I was fucking desperate.
Wolfton's backstage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shoot. I'm sorry, Wolfie. I'm so sorry. Let me bring you in.
You did mention he's a little drunk, right?
Yeah, I'm not paying attention. Usually when someone comes into the stream, you hear a little boop, and I completely missed it because I'm completely fuzzy. But no, I mean that's whoops. I didn't mean to drop you out, Wolfie. I hit the button twice. But
hey, I thought you were my brother from another mother. You gonna treat me like that? That's how you do your boy?
I am. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. But
Keep
no,
away from him.
No. In fact, Netter was kind of alluding to a story that I don't know if we've ever told, but when we were dating, Netter and I had just broken up with a girl who, that's a fucking story in and of itself, but she kicked me to the curb, fuck her. And Netter, showed an interest in me, and she was fucking gorgeous. And I was like, holy shit, I better, get her to say I do before she gets her eyesight back. And as Netter and I were dating, this ex-girlfriend of mine took me aside and was like really upset. She was jealous. And I'm like, what's your problem, girl? And she's like, well, I'm really upset because, I miss you and I want to be with you. And I'm like, fuck you. You had your chance, Not that I was being all full of myself, but I was like, given a choice here, I'm going to choose the better choice.
We were at, in Illinois, we got, I think, Channel 11. It's WTTW. It's public access television.
Yep.
And that's the one they would do the pledge drives every year.
Yep.
And she happened to show up there when we were there volunteering. She's glaring daggers at me, and she's like, I need to talk to you. Takes Troy's arm and drags him over to her corner, where she bursts into tears, like, I'm supposed to be with you.
Yeah, I was, okay, so here's the backstory. I was dating this girl, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, I thought everything was great until one and I was in college at the time, and I'm going over to her place all the time, and I'm calling her, and I was good friends with her family, her brothers, and her mother and father. And then one day, I stopped by to see her and she's not there. And her parents were like, we thought she was with you. And I'm like, no. Nobody knew where she was. And all weekend, nobody knew where she was. And we were all very worried about her. The following Monday, after class, I was at university. I stopped by the house only to find out they were having a family meeting. Her parents, her brothers, her sister, and brother-in-law were all together. They invited me in. And apparently, she had moved in with an ex-boyfriend. And I was like, okay, this is news to me. Apparently, this old boyfriend of hers was known for beating the fuck out of her. And
those type of situation.
Decided to go back to him for whatever reason.
Wait. She just moved in with him. She wasn't really with him.
Right. That was the other thing. I'm like, you know what? I obviously have no place here. I'm leaving. And I left. She came chasing after me and she's like, this doesn't need to change anything between us. And I'm like, fuck all it doesn't.
I thought Troy was supposed to be the drunk one.
Right. Exactly. Good point. And I said, yeah, I could have heaved a chair at you and kicked the shit out of you if I'd known that's what you wanted. But, enjoy yourself. You made your choice. I'm out of here. It wasn't very long after that Netter and I met, and, the story she just shared. And it's like, you know what? I fucking died. Even her sister and brother-in-law told me, you fucking dodged a bullet on that one. I'm like, Salancha, right? Salud.
That is...
They were train wrecks and in their own right.
They have their own problems, but,
Okay, that is the opposite of what I was thinking about when
They're
you
saints
said that.
compared to her.
So, guys, when I share about Netter, how much I love her and how graced I am to have her in my life, that puts some perspective on it, guys. Right?
Yeah.
Well, you brought me on here to...
Anyway.
You brought me on here to explain the movie, right?
Oh yeah, what was that, Mad Woman or something?
Gun Woman.
Gun Woman.
Sorry, guys, don't know anything about that.
Yeah, I'm waiting to hear this because I'm not familiar with it either.
Well, are you familiar with Tokyo
Netter,
Shock
we got
movie?
another bot.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
God damn it. All right.
The longer I stay on, the more bots I get, I think.
So it's like this,
got
it's
the
kind of
bot.
like... Okay.
Go ahead,
Tell
Wolf.
the story now.
No, yeah, please.
So it's this movie about this this guy getting revenge, and he picks up some drunken hooker off the streets, and he trains her in hand-to-hand combat, firearms, and the art of seduction, right?
Woo.
So he has this elaborate plan to execute this one guy that's like one of the most heinous villains ever. I mean, he does just about everything. He murders. He ravages. He's even a necrophiliac, right? And all of his subordinates are freaking cannibals. So the plan is to sneak her as a cadaver, but like he puts gun parts into her body.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what? Mind you, this is not one of the most craziest movies I've ever seen, but like, goodness gracious, it's awesomely crazy, and I dare you guys to watch and see how long y'all can last through it. Because there was one scene I almost like quit it, and I was like, wow, I survived that. Okay.
There's some crazy movies out there, I gotta tell you. I mean,
for sure.
I was talking about David Lynch before, that some crazy stuff there, but then you talk about some really sick stuff like
Cannibal Holocaust.
Human Centipede.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's some fucked up shit out there, guys.
I ain't seen the sequels, and I'm only seeing that movie once. and that's all that I could take. Was one time.
Is it worse than Ouija Shark?
It's bad in a different way. That's all I can say. It's
just don't eat in front of it.
Yeah, we're talking about sick movies that you couldn't eat while watching because you'd be sick.
Well, nothing I'm interested
I tend not to.
No, not at all
anymore.
What'd you say, delete?
I don't always do like the blood and guts routine anymore. There was a time where I would go, if somebody would tell me, hey, this is really disturbing, it's really fucked up, great, let me see it, but now, not so much.
But now we live in an age that's so fucked up, we can see it in the news.
Right.
The last movie that really got under my skin was the Poughkeepsie tapes. I don't know if anybody's familiar with that one.
I'm sort of familiar with it, but I've not seen it.
That one messed me up for a couple of days.
Tell me again, what was the name of the film?
The Poughkeepsie tapes.
Don't know anything about it.
Okay.
I need to step away for a second, but why don't you tell everyone about that film?
Okay. The Poughkeepsie tapes was originally meant to come out in 2007. But it got delayed for a number of years and kind of disappeared. And once you see it, you kind of understand why. It's some pretty disturbing stuff, like a lot of descriptions of some really fucked up stuff. Basically, what it is it starts out when the SWAT team breaks into this house of this guy who's supposed to be a serial killer. He's not there, but all of the evidence of his crimes, which he's filmed everything, and he's got like these hours and hours upon hours of videotape. And
Match, what are you doing? I don't know if he's not knowing that he's not muted. Continue to delete it.
Okay. So
It'll be the
while I have this musical accompaniment, not only do they find, I don't know how much of this movie I really want to give away, but not only do they find all of this videotape, they find a woman that he's kidnapped and kept for years and tortured. And it's I don't want to say it's a found footage movie because it's not that entirely. Parts of it are. It's done like it's an episode of like Forensic Files or one of those true crime shows. And in between all of these interview segments, you see another tape, another murder that he's done. And the idea is that you have a serial killer who has gotten so good at it that it's become like performance art to him. And he's just 5 steps ahead of everybody through the whole thing. And it's pretty messed up.
Does anyone in the chat, or does anyone here remember there was a film? It was like a found footage film, but it was more like a documentary, a mockumentary, where the people making the film were filming a serial killer talking about his murders, and it was, what was it?
It's a Leslie Vernon, Behind the Mask.
Behind the Mask, yes, that's exactly it. Oh my gosh, I personally thought that was a great film. I thought it was brilliant.
I've never seen it. I would like to.
You should. It's And what it does is it homages a lot of slasher films, like Friday the 13th, Halloween, and so forth, and it literally references them as though they were real slashers. That's what's interesting about it.
Anyone seen Dahmer?
What was it again?
Dahmer.
Oh.
No.
Is it an actual documentary?
No, it's it's kind of like a biopic.
Jeremy Renner.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was James McAvoy that played that role. I stand corrected. Yep, it was Jeremy Renner.
I remember when it first came out. I was I used to take because movie gallery, the video rental store used to be in the Walmart up where I lived, and I'd pick up the little pamphlet of movies that would come out that were coming out. And one of those movies was the film with Jeremy Renner, and I'm sitting there reading this, and I'm thinking, and this is the first time in my life where I discovered, wait a minute, there are movies that don't appear in theaters.
Yep.
Like, I knew that, like, intellectually, but once I saw that they were actually in my video store, I was just sitting there going, oh my god, there are so many.
Yep.
I don't know where to start.
There's this one trippy movie called Nowhere that I used to watch during the 90s.
So,
probably never heard of it.
When I worked for a video store, right around the time that Twin Peaks was coming out, and one of the things about those old video stores, and we're talking VHS tapes here, okay? What they would do is they would send video stores what they called pre-screeners, okay? It was the movie that you would watch and decide based on having watched the film. I will order a rental copy, or I will order 10 rental copies, or whatever the case is. This was especially big for like B horror films. They did this a lot because most people didn't know anything about them, so they were trying to market them. What was incredibly funny about the screener for Twin Peaks, and we're talking about the international movie, it was basically the pilot with an ending added to it, which made it a self-contained story. The pre-screener, you would receive this VHS tape, you'd put it into your VHS player, and it was all static. So you would pop it out and you'd read the label, and it said, this is Twin Peaks. You shouldn't be expecting a pre-screener. You should know what it is. Do you want to order this movie or not? I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically what it was. And I thought it was so hysterical. To this day, I still have that pre-screener. It's got no information on the disc. Or, excuse me, the tape. It's just so Lynchian, you know? But I just share that because it's kind of like a peek behind the scenes of 1980s, late 80s, early 90s, video store kind of business, right? And I still have that disc to this day. I think it's part of my Twin Peaks collection, right? I did inevitably purchase the VHS copy of the international disc because we did end up getting it at the video store. I recommended it. He got it. He got multiple copies. He sold me one of them, so I have it. For the longest time, that was the only way you could get the Twin Peaks pilot. If you bought the first season of Twin Peaks, it was episodes 2 through the last episode of the season. There was no pilot. You had to buy the international version. literally had to stop at a certain point if you wanted to get just what was aired in the United States. But that's one of those very meta, outside the film kind of things that most people wouldn't know about if you didn't work at a video store. It was kind of interesting.
There's one movie I watched like last year, and throughout that movie, I made an epiphany, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And the movie was called Nobody. You guys heard of that one?
No.
Mhm.
It's this guy who's like some sort of hidden badass that has his family, while he's trying to keep them safe and what have you.
Uh-huh.
While he's like under threat of the Russian mafia coming after him. And I was like, huh. So the guy calls himself Nobody.
Uh-huh.
The little Russian dude he runs afoul is the brother of the big bag Russian. He's trying to get home to his wife and his children, while there's other people that are still trying to mess with him. He's got a dad that helps him out with his crusades, along with a black friend. Is this a retelling of the Odyssey?
That's reasonable.
Maybe.
That interesting twist. Yeah.
Look at what was the movie Oh Brother Where Art Thou? That was also a retelling of the Odyssey.
Didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yep.
I did. Well, that's I remember.
I have to pause for a second. Happy birthday, sweetie.
Aw, thank you.
Oh.
It's actually my birthday now because
I'm glad I clicked away.
it's midnight for my time zone.
Yeah. I remember I was visiting a friend.
Mm-hmm.
We're sitting in the car, and I turned to him and I say, we were talking about the movie. Oh yeah, now I remember what it was. We were on the discussion of movies that make us ugly cry. And I had meant, because my grandfather, who passed away last year, he had dementia.
Yeah.
And so the movie Coco,
Yeah.
I can't get through that movie without sobbing
Wow.
because of that. And so I'm telling him, and then I paused to him in the middle of it, and I said, "Did you realize that movie's just a remake? Is just an animated version of Dante's Inferno?"
Wow. I had never thought.
I'm sorry,
of
what
that.
movie?
Coco.
Oh yeah.
It's Dante's Inferno in animated form.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
I realized that I was reading something and I went, "Oh my god, it is!" And when I told that to my friend, he went, now that you say it out loud."
What movies make you cry? So,
Babe.
in the same vein, What Dreams May Come.
Ooh.
That one, Netter and I went to the theater to see that, and we were both fucking ugly crying by the end of that movie. We were like, my eyes were swollen shut, and we were holding each other in the cinema when we saw that movie. What else?
For
well-
me, Free Willy.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
You guys all know, those of you that joined me for multiple years worth of rewatches, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. By the end of that movie, I'm, just inconsolable.
Isn't Free Willy the one about the orca?
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know those things are monsters in real life.
Oh, I'm aware.
Let's be fair here. I mean, by and large, they are hunters, but they have also been known to. They're known for their intelligence, and on occasion, they have literally saved divers.
They have.
So that they can kill and they can save. They're
They're way
fucking
better
like
than
humans.
dolphins. Don't trust dolphins.
Yeah, those are
No.
the ones you don't trust.
Dolphins
no.
are sadistic little fucks.
No, yeah, you're absolutely right. When people compare the intelligence of these creatures, yeah, that's true, but they're also very human in their ability to be completely fucking monsters.
Sociopaths. And the only reason why I cry in Free Willy is because of the Michael Jackson song at the end.
What's the song?
Oh, I forgot.
Oh, okay.
Oh god, I'm trying to remember what it was. I think it
It
was.
starts-
I think it was. Was it Will You Be There?
Not I'll be there. That's Jackson 5.
No. Will you be there?
That probably is.
I can't
Mind
remember.
you, I haven't heard all Michael Jackson songs, but it's that
yeah,
particular
no.
song. Like once the movie is over, I start tearing up.
Yeah.
It's Michael Jackson. He makes you feel it.
Yeah. But I'm gonna tell you guys a story. The story about why I had to get through the whole thing with Coco. So I work as a substitute teacher.
Oh,
in addition to my other job, but
sure.
I was subbing for a teacher for a couple of days in the Spanish class, and she was having them watch Coco.
Sure.
So I'm sitting there, and as I'm watching this movie, I'm realizing how much the titular character, who has Alzheimer's, reminds me of my grandfather. And so I'm sitting there, and I'm like, oh God, I need to get this out. So I go into my room, I turn on the end of the film, and I just watch the scene, and I sob for an hour. We get to the ending of the movie, I'm sitting there biting my cheek, trying not to cry in front of the students. Meanwhile, they're sobbing.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm just like, just don't show weakness. Don't show weakness.
Right.
And
you're right, Torrin. It is Will You Be There.
I wasn't sure, because I know he was involved in the first two movies. But yeah.
Free Will movies always get me in tears every single time. Yeah, especially the third movie.
And I'll admit, this one, I'm able to get through most of the Disney canon without sobbing, except for
Lion
Coco.
King.
Lion King, I'm actually able to get through. My mother's admitted she can't get through the end of that movie without crying. But the movie, the Little Mermaid, is the one where I cry.
Really?
The ending when Triton rises up from the sea and he hugs Ariel. Oh God, yeah. I'm doing it now.
Fair enough.
And that just gets me every time. When I was a little kid, and as an adult, I still can't get through the movie.
Real quick, I do want to acknowledge, because I think it's sweet. Leia Plus Size says, I still cry at the end of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. That particular one never affected me that much, but I certainly see why it does. If it hits you the right way, I get that.
For me, it's the death of Mufasa.
Yeah, I get that.
And the only reason why is because the way how Simba reacts to his death.
Yeah.
It really just, like, the moment his eyes start tearing up, that's when I start tearing up.
Dude, that is such a common trope in Disney films. I mean, look at Disney. Look at Bambi. Look at so many others, where the parents get killed and, the hero characters left alone. Oh, gosh. I mean, there's a lot of them.
I never reacted that much to Bambi's mom death.
Have you guys ever gotten emotional about, and I don't even know if you guys have seen this movie, The Secret of Nim?
It's the one about the mice.
Yes. Mice and Rats, yes.
I haven't seen it.
Based on the book, The Rats of Nim.
Oh.
Mrs. Brisby and the Rats of Nim, you're right.
Yeah.
Beautiful story.
Need to read it.
That was one, I kind of wish Big Al was here because he probably, like me, saw this multiple times on cable. They kept playing it over and over and over again. But the story is about these rats and a couple of mice that had been experimented on by the National Institute of Mental Health, NIM, and they gained sentience, human-like intelligence, and the mice helped the rats to escape. Most of the mice died because they were smaller than the rats and they were blown down a ventilation shaft and killed, but 2 survived. one of which went on to mate with a regular mouse, so their children were intelligent. But all of these rats that survived went on to create a colony of intelligent rats, and it's a story about their attempting to survive and hide themselves from the humans and not be exterminated. And it's a great little story because you have Mrs. Brisby, who is the normal normal mouse, whose husband was intelligent. Her children are intelligent, and she's just doing the best she can as a normal mouse, trying to protect her family in a call to adventure kind of situation, rising to be a hero. And it's a beautiful story. Very sad because her husband is dead. She's a single mom trying to raise the kids, literally trying to save their lives because their home is directly in the path of an annual plow that's going to destroy their home and kill them all if she can't get it moved. She's trying to get the Rats of Nim to help her.
One of which her children is sick with pneumonia.
Good point. Excellent.
That's the reason why she can't move it. Or at least that's why she can't get her kids out of there, because one of her kids is sick.
They can't leave the house, so they literally have to move the house, which the house is literally a
cinder block.
A cinder block, exactly. They've built a home in a cinder block, and they need to move the cinder block to the safe side of a boulder, which will protect it from the plow. The only way they can do that is to seek out the help of these rats who are super intelligent. And I'm getting a little misty just thinking about it. Just thinking about the song from that movie, Flying Dreams. This was a Don Bluth film. Don Bluth was an animator who left Disney to start his own studio, and he got the raw end of the deal. He made some great films that were very underrated. Under different circumstances, he would have literally been able to compete against Disney, but the world isn't fair.
It's getting late for me. I'm gonna have to head out. Happy birthday, man.
Mr. Matchstick, do we have something going on Tuesday?
Not this Tuesday.
Not this Tuesday, but the following Tuesday. Mm-hmm. You probably have a blue wrench if you want to drop your stream. Once a month, I'm over on Mr. Matchstick's channel, and we talk about the Culture Fortress. We talk about different things that we love that, maybe they're older, maybe they still exist, that have somehow dodged the wokosos of this world, and is worth checking out. Definitely subscribe to Mr. Matchstick. He's good people.
And get off your ass and watch Cobra Kai.
Well, Mr. Matchstick, take care. Have a great evening. And that leads us into a talk about Cobra Kai. Who else here has watched Cobra Kai? Besides you, Netter. You don't have a choice in the matter if I watch it.
May I also point out one of the kids is freaking Wesley Crusher.
Huh?
One of the mice kids was.
You're kidding me.
I looked up the cast. He's the older brother.
Fuck it.
It was his first movie. Yeah.
Well, fuck him. I don't care. He's an asshole. Will Wheaton is a fucking dick. I don't care.
Yeah, he did have that punchable face, didn't he?
He really, if he didn't before, he fucking does now since he's been shooting off his mouth. Fucking asshole. Anyway.
Nobody likes you, Wesley.
Shut up, Wesley.
That's why your toys are still on the shelves.
Right? But, yeah. So, let's talk about Cobra Kai.
Heck yeah.
Obviously, Wolf Den Media, Netter and I have both have all seen the most recent season of Cobra Kai. How about you, Sir Torrin, and deleted scenes?
I have not seen it.
Have you seen the previous seasons?
I've not seen any of it, to be
okay,
honest.
fair enough.
I don't have Netflix anymore.
How about you, deleted scenes?
I haven't seen it yet either. I've got season 1 and 2 in that DVD stack I was talking about.
Nice.
Fair enough. Yeah. So I think I mentioned this on a previous stream. I did get the DVD of season 1 and 2, which surprisingly 1 and 2 seem to come as a pack. You buy the two of them together. Mm-hmm. So I got seasons 1 and 2, and I've got season 3 on pre-order. But Netter and I did watch. We binged season 4 the first week it was available, and you know what? Go Wolfie, talk about it.
Loved it, for starters.
Right.
Oh my goodness, it was like an uphill, downhill, and spiraled, like just crazy stuff just happening throughout this whole season.
So without giving, I mean, I don't know what would constitute a spoiler for this, but we're talking about 4 seasons of a show where we're basically doing a series sequel of the Karate Kid films. Mm-hmm. Mostly from the point of view of Johnny, what's his name? Johnny
Lawrence.
Johnny Lawrence, thank you. Kind of flips the script, right? Where it makes the villain the hero. So all these fuckers that are fucking bitching about Book of Boba Fett turning a villain into a hero, fuck you all, okay? Because Johnny Lawrence was the villain, and now he's the hero. Fuck it, okay? I mean, we're talking about moral ambiguity. I'm not a big one. I believe that good is good and bad is bad, but there is a place for fucking moral ambiguity, okay? And the Karate Kid is a great example. When I saw that video that paints Daniel as the villain, and I thought about it critically, I was like, yeah, Daniel was kind of a fucking dick.
Yeah.
He kind of deserves some of the beatdowns he got. You know?
Especially the one where he doused Johnny in that bathroom stool. I was like, dude, you...
Yes! Wolfie, and they directly mirrored that in this season, did they not?
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm talking about, right? So when he comes out and he says, you know, I think our students did a great job. They avoided a fight. And what does Johnny say? No, all they did was they poked the bear. They instigated a fight. They just put it off until later. And you know what? He's right, because he's talking from his point of view. You know? There was nothing going on, and they instigated a fucking fight. And, you know, I mean, yeah. So, this is one of those great examples where you go into Cobra Kai thinking, well, Daniel is the hero, and Johnny's the villain. Less than halfway through the first season, you're like, wait a minute, I'm not so sure about this. Definitely by the second season, definitely into the fourth season, you're like, these guys aren't heroes and villains. They were just kids at the time. And they've grown up.
I always took that as Johnny sometimes also being a unreliable narrator, trying to embellish.
That's actually a fair interpretation, right? I mean,
also, especially in the first season when he explains the whole situation to Miguel, right? I was like, oh, so this is your side of the story, but you're kind of over exaggerating there, especially with the situation between you and your girlfriend. It's obviously she didn't want to talk to you. It's obviously she want to be near you, but you're trying to make yourself like everybody. It's that saying that when people use a lot, it says like every villain is a hero of their own story. Not necessarily true though.
True.
Not always true. But I was like, yeah, you know what? Like Johnny's is likely trying to paint himself as the upstanding individual in this situation from his point of view. And I'm like,
if you really are objective about Johnny's story, he's not a hero, but he's not a villain either. He's just a kid who had a shitty life, who did the best he could, and now he's
stuck in the 80s.
He is. He's stuck in the 80s. He's kind of a dumbass, but he's a dumbass with great intent, right? And this is what he and Daniel have. Yes, he and Daniel have this in common. They have students that they care about, that they want to help to the best of their ability. They may disagree on how that is done. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Yeah, but ultimately, thank you.
Bless you.
Thank you. But ultimately, they have their students' best interests at heart. My only criticism of this season, and it's a minor one. It's a minor thing that they could have done better, in my opinion, was I wish excuse me. I wish earlier in the season, Johnny and Daniel, one of them, had come to the realization that they both want the same thing. They're just coming at it from different directions. It wasn't until maybe the last episode where Daniel's daughter kind of makes that point, where she's like, look, you both have opposing viewpoints. I'm going to take the best of both and make them my own, and make my own decisions. Now, she's still a fucking bitch, okay? She really is. You know, she really is. I mean, you know, she clearly has made herself a villain in the guise of a hero, but she's got the right philosophy, right? Daniel and Johnny, if you want to get really simplified about it, Daniel is 100% defense in his karate. And Johnny is 100% offense. And anyone who's ever studied Sun Tzu or any martial art, any kind of combat at all, knows you can't have one without the other. You cannot win fighting defensively, right? And you cannot survive fighting only offensively. You need to have balance. I'm going to actually, you know, speak to Star Wars. You got to find the balance, right? And I never felt like this season really ever got to that, and I would have loved either one of them, Daniel or Johnny, to say to the other, look, neither one of us is wrong and neither one of us is right on our own. We really need to find the common ground. In a way, they did, because together, you know, by combining their philosophies, Daniel's daughter figured it out, even though she ended up losing the competition. She was like, no, I need to take a little bit from both of y'all to have the best chance. It was actually Cobra Kai, the bad guys of the story, that pulled from both philosophies to find the winning philosophy, right? Mm-hmm. Know when to attack, know how to defend, and you're going to win. I mean, that's just wisdom. But all of that being said, I'm not truly being critical of the making of this series. I think it was meant to be that way. I think for the drama and the narrative, they still have room to grow. That may come next season, right? But this season, and every season before this, really did a great job. And every YouTuber you hear talking about Cobra Kai will tell you this. Cobra Kai does a brilliant job of honoring what came before it and still giving us a good story. And if you are a fan of the original films from the Karate Kid series, and you're truly honest, they weren't always perfect, and there were some things that were really weak, especially that third movie. And especially this... Pardon me?
And the fourth one.
I'm not even going to touch on the fourth one right now. They haven't touched on it in Cobra Kai, so I'm not even going to...
I'm hoping they would. I want to see Hilary Swank.
I know, right? That does make sense. But for now, let's put that aside.
Yeah.
Let's focus on Karate Kid 3, which I think most fans of the Karate Kid will admit is the weakest of the three films. I feel that this season of Cobra Kai did a great job of honoring that third film while still kind of lampooning it, to be honest with you. There's this great scene where, spoilers, guys, this series has been out. If you haven't seen it, you're probably not going to see it anytime soon, so fucking deal with it. Tony Silver, is that his name, Tony Silver? Terry Silver has returned. Kreese has asked him to come back and help him rebuild Cobra Kai. And Terry Silver comes back. And he fucking lampoons his character from the third movie. He's like, you helped me before, I need you to help me again. He goes, dude, back in the 80s, I was fucking hopped up on cocaine. And I spent the whole summer torturing a kid. How fucked up is that? And honest to God, that totally explains his shitty acting in that third movie. He sucked in that movie. Let's be honest, right? But if you look at it from the...
I like it.
I get it, Wolfie, but if you look at it from the point of view of someone who's hopped up on cocaine, it makes sense.
No, I was quoting them.
Oh, yeah. Right?
Yes, I like it.
And by throwing that scene in, by that line, by saying, I was so fucking hopped up on cocaine and I spent the whole season torturing a teenager. How fucked up is that? That covers over all the sins of the third movie. In my opinion. It's like, oh my God, that was such a fucking stupid film. Oh my God, that's such a brilliant film. You know? I don't know. That's just my take. In a lot of ways, it acknowledges the weaknesses of what went before and builds it up, right? That's what a good sequel does. A good sequel takes the movie before it and elevates it, right? And I feel like so many of our sequels have undermined what went before it. You think about Ghostbusters fucking 2016 bullshit fucking piece of crap, right? The Star Wars sequels, anything that CBS Star Trek has fucking done, has fucking deconstructed everything that went before it and turned it to shit. Okay? Whereas Cobra Kai looks back and says, this is canon. It exists. This is what's weak. We'll address what's weak and we'll elevate it. Guys, I need to pause here because we have a friggin' celebrity in our chat right now. Paulie of Latino Slant is one of my heroes, and he is in the chat wishing me a happy birthday, and I am this close to tears because of it. Paulie, thank you so much for being here. I don't know if you would be interested in joining us in the conversation, but I am going to drop the link if you want to. If Paulie the celebrity wants to grace my channel by coming on, I'd be incredibly encouraged. If you don't have time or aren't interested, I totally understand. But if you are not subscribed to Paulie, Latino Slant, Midnight's Edge, Espanol, you are missing out on not only great content, but I would say greater content than what I see in most of our community. He is insightful and positive, and we don't have enough of either of those things in our society today.
I just dropped the link to his channel.
Oh,
You know,
Latino, Latino
Paulie
Science,
was
thank
the
you so
first
much.
one
Sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry to
I
leave the
said,
scene. Go
Paulie
ahead.
was the first one who ever brought me onto a live stream.
I know. Paulie is so freaking encouraging, right? You know, he was. I was just talking with all the guests earlier when I was talking about doing karaoke, and how kind of intimidated I was to do karaoke in front of such a big audience. Netta and I used to do it when we were dating in a small venue, but Paulie pulled me in and encouraged me to, you know, enjoy singing in front of people, and I cannot say enough how much Paulie has done for my personal opinion of myself, you know, positive opinion of myself. It's very easy to go to the negative, but Paulie's done a great job of building me up instead of me tearing myself down, you know. But anyway, it's awesome to have you here, Paulie. I really am near tears that someone of your caliber would stop by to say hi and wish me a happy birthday. I'm feeling pretty emotional going into my 51st year of life, but I super appreciate it. I really do. But yeah, if you want to join us, the StreamYard link is still on the screen. But if not, I totally understand. You know, you got to make the rounds on a Friday night. Friday nights are busy on YouTube. I get that.
It's Saturday morning.
Fuck. Netter points out it's Saturday morning in our time zone. No. It's not Saturday morning in Paulie's time zone. It's still Friday for Paulie. But anyway, I'm sorry I cut you off. What were you going to say?
Oh, I was going to say I need to dip out. I got work in the morning.
I understand, Sir Torin. You are good people. I'm starting to sober up, but I totally forgot what it was that you were going to reach out to me and remind me about, that we were going to do a stream about. Just make sure you send me a private message to talk about that,
Yeah,
okay?
I will when I remember it.
Good man.
Okay.
Take care,
later.
Sir Torin. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
But, yeah, so, you know, for all the negative stuff that's going on in the world, I feel pretty positive about things like Cobra Kai, about the Book of Boba Fett. There's a lot of good out there. And the fact that there's people out there that just want to crap all over this stuff, you know, that really bend over backwards and twist themselves into knots to create negatives about these positives, baffles the hell out of me. I don't understand it. I'm not a particularly sunny, positive, Big Al kind of guy, but in all realism, I don't get the absolute black pill negativity. You know? You guys get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm calling it for what it is. It's complete demoralization. They let the woke get to them to point of demoralization. And I've been trying to say that in my stream a few times. I was like, don't let these guys demoralize you. You guys gotta be the alternative at this point. Like if you're so fed up with what they're doing, you gotta be the new creators now. If the old creators are gonna step aside, retire, maybe we gotta pick up the slack too. So it's really on us to provide that alternative in entertainment.
Yeah.
You so fed up with it, you gotta do it yourself sometimes, or at least you can get together your friends who are way more talented than you are. You might be the the brains of the operation, but you got people who are talented. You know, if you're not good at animation, find an animator. If you're good at writing, then you write it down. Or if you're good at writing down the ideas, you write down the ideas. And
you just reminded me. I need to get Horizon Talker in on a chat because he is a writer that I think has a lot to contribute to the community, and I think his insights would be really good for the listeners here. I think would benefit from it a lot. And Horizon Talker, I didn't see him tonight, but he's oftentimes in the chat. He's definitely someone you should be subscribing to. I mention it every time excuse me, I got the hiccups. Every time I see him, he does a lot of great streams and videos and whatnot about his personal writing projects, his creativity, and he's got some great insights. And he's still a small channel. He's not like, when I think of the big guys, I think about Tom Conkle, I think of Kamran Pasha, I think of Script Doctor. I would be too intimidated to try asking them to be on my channel. But I think
Savage Books.
Yeah, but I think Horizon Talker is definitely somebody who has the potential to be in that sphere, and he's still unknown enough that he might deign to, hang out with me on my channel, because I'm still slightly over 300 nobody as far as subscribers go. So,
and I'm climbing to the top ever so slowly, Will, 168.
You know what? I've heard from a lot of the bigger YouTubers saying that it takes a long time to get to the 1,000 mark, and you might grow exponentially after that. But
I'm sorry, 170 now.
Yeah. It takes a long time, but you just gotta stick to it. What's up, sweetie?
No, just seeing who was on your screen waiting to come in.
Just Wolfie and deleted scenes.
Just making sure you're keeping an eye on it.
And you in the background.
Yeah. Also, just keep an eye on it in case somebody else comes in and you didn't see.
And don't worry, I'm starting to sober up, so I'm, starting to be a little more aware of what's going on. But, yeah. Help me out, guys. What was I talking about?
Sorry.
You're talking about growing your YouTube channel.
Yeah. So every now and again, I have these brushes with greatness with people like Paulie from Latino Slant or Tom Conkle, or a couple weeks ago we had Retro Blasting in the chat. I mean, that's like big time stuff for me. You might not know who all those names are, but they're people I follow and admire a great deal. And, when they come in and wish me well and contribute to the chat, I squee, I really do.
Did you ever take time to watch those epic rants that linked you?
No, I do have those in my to-do list, but I have so much going on, man. I really do. The hardest thing is I've got...
I plan on more.
That's fair. I have and Ned will even tell you, I've got a freaking ton of videos that I want to get done and just don't have the time. When you work a full-time job and then in the evenings you're trying to find some time to record videos, it's difficult. I don't know how people like Valiant Renegade do it. Or, it's just... Or even Kamran Pasha and Script Doctor. They're professionals, and they still find time to freaking do YouTube videos. It's like, dude, do you ever freaking sleep? I don't know how you do it. Especially because it's not... And I know a lot of people that don't do YouTube videos have got to think, well, I watched a 30-minute video of yours. It took you 30 minutes to do. No! If I do a 30-minute video, That's my whole friggin' night. That's hours of work. That's recording and re-recording and re-recording, and then hours of editing. Editing takes for friggin' ever.
Which is why my model video isn't out yet.
Exactly. Netter spent more than a week remodeling our bathroom. You better believe it's going to take at least as much time to edit, probably twice as much time. Plus, she works a full-time job. Well, more than a full-time job, because she's always putting in extra time. So, you know, oh, for crying out loud. I'm not complaining, okay? Because for both of us to be working is, especially in this day and age, an incredible blessing. But, you know, if I was to just focus on YouTube, that's a challenge, let me tell you.
I will say this, at least you're not living in California.
Oh, yeah, but I live in Chicago, Stan. You know, so, I mean, you know.
Chicago Nitchery.
Right? I want out of here so bad. This is, you know, and I hear Tim Pool talking about, you know, a peaceful separation or a new civil war and all this kind of stuff. And
yeah,
well, I think he's a little, you know, sensationalistic about it. I think what's going to end up happening is you're going to have a lot of people leaving California, Chicago, New York, all these places for places like Texas and Florida and North Carolina and places that are more amicable. And we're really gonna kind of have two separate countries within the same country. You know, that's kind of, it's just naturally going there. There won't be a civil war in terms of firing a shot, but you're gonna have people literally moving to other states and saying, I don't give a crap what you do. Our state is doing this thing and screw you. You know? But the only reason Netter and I stayed in the Chicagoland area as long as we did is because one of the upsides to living in Commie-stan is that with the higher cost of living, you know, your 401k and your investments and stuff are that much greater, right? The theory being you have this much more investment so that when you retire and move to Florida or Texas or wherever you move to, your dollar goes farther, right? Problem is, after a certain point, you know, we end up... wait a minute.
Yeah, Leia wants to join.
Oh, okay, so do you need the link? I'm sorry, sweetie.
It should still be up there.
No, that's okay. I'll drop it again. Come in and say hi, Leia plus size. But yeah, I mean, and now Netter and I are in a situation where we're in Chicago, and the mortgage that we have to pay on our house is more than what the house is worth now.
No, actually, our house worth has shot back up. We're no longer underwater. We haven't been for about 2 years.
I did not know this. So we can now start thinking about possibly moving. We may end up moving at some time in the near future, now that I know this information. But until recently, we've been completely upside down in our mortgage. So it would not be cost effective for us to sell our house and move. Now it's starting to look like it might be worthwhile to sell our house, have the money to buy another house in Texas or Florida or somewhere like that, and get the fuck out of here. Let me tell you. But as we talk about,
there won't be a civil war in terms of.
You gotta mute the.
Yeah, Leia plus size. You gotta mute because I'm hearing myself talking back on your stream.
I don't give a crap.
I don't give a crap. I hear myself saying.
Speaking to your clone, huh, Troy?
But
right. So let me welcome to the voice stream or into the green room, Leia plus size.
Because one of the
and I'm still talking through her stream.
Yeah, You have to mute
cost
YouTube,
living.
honey.
You know, your 401k and your.
I'm still talking about 401k. Lamb plus size, please mute YouTube.
Investment. Florida or Texas.
Oh, I forgot.
Oh, that's so funny.
Best damn Friday Night Last.
No. Lamb plus size, you don't have to mute yourself entirely. Just mute YouTube.
Yeah.
But now we gotta wait 30 seconds for her to hear what we just said.
All right. 10 seconds on it.
There you go.
I mean, and now Netter and I are we're in Chicago.
Better?
Sweetie,
Yeah.
your YouTube.
It should be muted. I did. Is it muted? Yeah, is it muted now?
Yeah.
Here's
Can you hear me?
the other thing. Here's the other thing, Leia. If you don't if you're not wearing headphones, if I'm saying something through StreamYard and it's coming through your speakers, it's still going to come through your mic.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Well, let me get my headphones then and do it.
Yeah, there you
just
go.
did it on the fly. Yeah.
That's fair. No worries. Take your time.
That's why I always check my mic real fast before I jump in any StreamYard. Cause
Guys, I gotta tell you, some of the big channels have this problem too. Like, I heard George join Midnight's Edge, and he was doing the echo thing, and I was listening to Ricada Law, same thing. Somebody was echoing. It was crazy. Paulie had the same problem, I think, with Tom Conkle. I'm like, guys, really? You guys are the big professionals here.
I forget sometimes. So excuse me, I have a kerfuffle. But like that, I'm glad you got a good laugh out of it.
No, it was funny because you got to understand that to communicate to you, then we're at a 30-second delay. So I'm telling her to mute, and I'm like, it'll be 30 seconds before she gets that message.
You're right, and it was. You're definitely right. You're definitely right. It was.
Fair enough. How you doing, Leia Plus Side?
I am doing well. I see that you're having a nice evening. Hello, Deleted Scenes. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm fine. Hello again, Wolf. Hello, Commander.
Leia Valor.
Hello,
There's
Netter.
Netter.
Nice to hear from you too. Hello. I hope you're doing well yourself.
Oh gosh,
I just stopped in to say hello and happy birthday to you.
super appreciate that, and I appreciate you welcoming and saying hi to Deleted Scenes. Let me tell you something about Deleted Scenes. He's everywhere in a good way. I mean, every stream, everything I follow on Twitter, everything. He's liking things I say. He's commenting. He's sending super chats and all the things. And he's like Mr. Cheerleader. He's super encouraging,
Well, that's good to know, because I know Troy is a good judge of character. So Deleted, if he says that's true, then it must be.
I super appreciate that. I like to think that about myself. I'm a little slower than you might give me credit for, but once I figure it out, I know who's good people and who's, let's just say, not.
I believe you.
And Boomer was here a little while ago, and I was talking to him before the show, and I was sharing. I may have actually shared this earlier in the stream and forgot because I was drunk at the time. But I've noticed that on social media, you deal with some really cool people, and you deal with some, frankly, really shitty people. There are some trolls out there that make comments, negative comments, that they don't believe in, specifically for the purpose of wasting your friggin' time. They rope you into a conversation, an argument really, just because they thrive on negativity. That's the only thing I can say. That's what a troll really is, if you want to get down to brass tacks. And, like I was saying earlier about Book of Boba Fett, people arguing this crazy fucking bullshit. I'm sorry, Leia, excuse my language. I'm pretty blue in my language. So
she's hers worse.
Give me some grace here. But they complaining about the difference in Mos Espa between Book of Boba Fett and the prequel trilogy, not being open to the obvious reason why it is, claiming it's some sort of continuity error. And then when you try to explain it to them, they are purposely ignorant and literally making ridiculous arguments on the level of these flat earthers that bend over backwards and ignore logic to come up with these fantasies to defend their bullshit fantasies,
Oh, I understand completely, because I was listening to your panel that you had this evening, and you had a really full panel, so the conversation was going really good. So I didn't want to break that up. And I want to tell you, I did see your Boba Fett commentary or review video that you
really
made.
Thank you.
Yes, I did. I watched the whole video, so I understand what you were saying.
The whole friggin' 30-minute thing.
I did.
I got a lot of complaints from people I care about a great deal saying 30 minutes. Okay, here we go. It's like, what? Too long, did not read? That was kind of the point of my video, actually.
Right. 30 minutes was fine. I had the time to listen to it and to watch it. And I listened to it all the way because, I like to hear both sides of the coins. They're all different points of view.
Yeah.
And you made some very interesting points in the video about the show. Now, I myself have not seen the show yet.
That's fair.
Not get into it yet, but I like.
I hope I didn't spoil anything too badly for you.
Oh God, no.
I don't think there's really anything to spoil yet.
I don't think so. I think the show is pretty straightforward.
Mm-hmm.
But what I liked about your review is you compared when you talked about the trolls and understanding characters, and you compared the story arc of in the original Star Wars, the
Han Solo versus Boba Fett thing.
Yeah, the Han Solo, Boba Fett thing, and the maturity. You talked about Luke over the course of the three pictures, and then Han over the course of the three pictures.
Right? Can you imagine Luke Skywalker standing in the Emperor's throne room, going, "What am I doing here?
Oh,
I don't want to be here. I want to go to Tashi Station, pick up some power converters."
Right.
It's like, no, we left that character 3 movies ago. Same thing with Han Solo. Han Solo, oh my gosh, George nerfed him by turning him from a roguish, shoot first kind of pirate to a romantic hero. Mm-hmm. Completely Disneyfied this character. It's like, guys, this is a narrative. This is character development. If you want the character to not change, keep watching the same movie over and over and over again, and he'll never change.
Right. Well, that's the point. When you do whether you're watching a trilogy or a TV show or a series of movies, you want to see growth in the character. You don't want the character to stay the same unless it's a completely different situation.
This whole idea that Boba Fett was a villain, I'm sorry, you need to back off and look at it from a much higher standpoint. When you back up and look at it more objectively, he's a bounty hunter. He's not good or evil. He just took a job, and in fact, in his mind, he's probably a heroic character. He's law enforcement. He is going after a criminal for the established government. Think about that for a second. The rebels are the insurrectionists from a certain point of view.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you're really objective, you realize that the establishment government is evil and needs to be overturned. But from Boba Fett's point of view at the time, he's not even thinking about those things. This is the law. The legal representatives have hired me to go after this. Well, okay. In fairness, he was actually working for Jabba the Hutt.
Yeah.
So he's working for the bad guys, but he's working for. He took a payment from Darth Vader to bring in Luke Skywalker. He benefits by getting Han Solo as a side thing that he could then make money off of Jabba the Hutt. See, a lot of people don't really distill that down and think about it, you know?
I don't care who I work with, as long as I get paid.
Right. And look, that's fine for someone who's in their 30s and 40s, okay? When he gets into his 50s and 60s, maybe he matures a little bit. If you expect him to remain the same character he was 20, 30, 40 years ago, that's not how people work. That's not how stories work. That's not how any of this works.
Well, a good way if I look at it is I compared it to perhaps maybe Tony Stark in the MCU. Tony Stark in the first Iron Man, when we first meet him, was all about the money and the weapons and maybe his narcissism and self-worth and so forth and his own self. But he slowly progresses out of that. But it took a couple of movies to.
If we look at where he absolutely started in the films and where he absolutely ended in the films, he starts out as profit motive, right? He ends with sacrificing his life for the greater good. That's a huge character arc. And in the middle, he had a great deal of struggle.
Yes.
It was insinuated in the comic books, it was absolute, that he had an alcohol problem.
He did.
And he struggled with, I caused a lot of grief. I need to make up for it. And ultimately, I need to give my life to save the universe. That's heroism, right? That's the hero's journey, right?
Right. Yes.
I mean, and
you can't. It took a couple of movies to get there. You know, we had 10 of them, but it took a couple of movies to get him to that point of the hero's journey. Because
you know what? If you don't want to see him become a hero, that's fine. Just keep watching the first movie over and over and over again, and he'll never develop.
Well, the problem is also, I don't know what it is, but the society seems they're a little bit too obsessed with villainy. It seems like they want the heroes to become villains or stay a villain. They don't understand what a hero story is all about. A hero should start off as a villain.
Get the idea that a really good story needs clear heroes and villains, but some stories work very well in the ambiguity, right? Which is where Boba Fett is. There are a lot of morally ambiguous characters that we enjoy. That's not necessarily wrong. It's a genre in and of itself. Okay? There is a place for Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader. Absolute good, naive good, and absolute evil, jaded evil. But go ahead.
Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Well,
no, that's okay.
Interesting about Vader, though, is in Return of the Jedi, which is why I like a lot of people give it crap, but in the end, you have the villain redeem himself, and that would be Darth Vader.
You know, Leia Plus Size, you really hit on something there, right? Because all these same people that are going, I'm getting tired of all my villains being turned into heroes. That was the whole friggin' story of Anakin Skywalker.
That was, that was that Anakin Skywalker's journey from what you see in Revenge of the Sith, and then you see the arc all the way through until
what happened in the prequels was we realized his fall to villainy was a direct result of his desire to be a hero. Honestly, the Jedi had become complacent and a little bit corrupt, and he was rebelling against it. Mm-hmm. He pointed out all the problems with the Jedi. When Mace Windu is like, no, Palpatine is too evil to live.
He's too dangerous to be left alive.
Right? And Anakin's like, no, that's not our way. He needs to come and face due process.
Mm-hmm.
And what happens? Mace Windu tries to assassinate the duly elected president or chancellor or whatever you want to call him.
Chancellor.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And
Chancellor.
Yes, yes.
And in Anakin focusing on what's right and the law, he ends up becoming way too authoritarian. He does fall to evil, but he's a perfect example of the route to hell is paved with good intentions.
Can I interject and share my point of view of that situation?
Go ahead.
You gotta take into account that that the manipulation was already at play with between Anakin and Palpatine. You also have to remember that he's also desperately trying to save his wife from a future that he's trying to prevent.
Every step of the way, what is he trying to do? He's trying to save his mother. He fails to save his mother, so he loses it and commits genocide. He wants to make sure this never happens again. He wants to protect Padme. He wants to learn how to become powerful, but not because he's selfish, because he wants to protect the people he loves.
Try hard to let go of those you fear to lose.
Right, and see, there's the other side of it, right? The so-called good guys have become like...
Remember, though, do not.
Have become like Vulcans, right? Mm-hmm. Become dispassionate. Put aside love, because love leads to attachment, which leads to selfishness. And I'm sorry, love is just way too positive a thing, too much a part of the light to ever ignore. It's like the Jedi lost their way. The Jedi were no longer working for the light, they were working for the gray, the nothing.
There's
unemotional.
There's a moment in Avatar: The Last Airbender where the Avatar is training to unlock his most powerful form, which is the Avatar state.
Yeah.
And in the process of that, he has the final stage, which is the chakra points, which is he goes to the final chakra, which is the enlightenment side of things, where he's reached the heavenly glory. Mm-hmm. But in order to do that, he has to separate himself from the connections the tethers that allow him to open up the chakras already, which is his attachment to a loved one. Yeah. And he wasn't about that, so he ends up getting a vision of, I guess they pulled their own little Star Wars moment here too. Well, their Empire, they did their own Empire Strikes Back in these later 2 episodes, the Guru and the Crossroads of Destiny. But like he goes to save his friends and ends up dying in the process. He doesn't lose a hand in this one. He doesn't get no big reveal. But the thing is that he since he had chose attachment, he has this in his head that he won't be able to open up the chakras again and unlock the Avatar state. He discusses with one of the characters who's supposed to be his enemy, technically. Mm-hmm. He says, I was going to choose ultimate power, but if I choose a loved one, I wasn't going to reach that. He's like, I don't see, and the guy tells him, I don't see nothing wrong with you choosing someone you love.
Yep.
And he smiles.
Mm-hmm.
But that's sage advice that he's giving. He's like, look, no matter what the case is, you made the call. That's all that matters.
This is probably exactly why the sequel trilogy bothers me so much. That, what was that second movie? The Ryan Johnson film. I don't remember what the fuck that movie was. Whatever.
The
Last
Last
Jedi.
Disappointment.
The Last Jedi,
Last
yes.
crap, yes.
Last Jedi.
The Last Disappointment.
Where
His wife come in.
the real hero of the movie, the one who should have been the hero of the movie, Finn, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is getting ready to sacrifice himself to save everybody. He's going to save the Resistance. He's going to save, by extension, the galaxy, right? He's getting ready to sacrifice himself. And what happens? Fucking Rose Tico dumb shit comes and stops him from doing it, right? Because we're not going to win by destroying what we hate. We got to save what we love. Fucking bitch, that's what I was trying to do! And you stopped me, you dumb bitch!
That's like... Ryan Johnson has no idea of how to do war films.
Absolutely right. And
Dude's got
honestly,
old
if you
bombers.
watch any of the
Insane.
behind-the-scenes interviews or any of that stuff with any of the actors from the sequel trilogy, you know they pretty much agree with us. That gal that played Rose Tico and the dude that played Finn and all those other ones, the one that played Rey, they know it was a bunch of bullshit. And they want to separate themselves as much as friggin' possible from it. They're embarrassed by that bullshit.
Kelly Marie Tran, when did Raya, look how that turned out for her.
That Sherry Marie Tran is a freaking beautiful girl. She looked like crap in those movies.
I'm like, you need to hire a better agent.
Yes. Well, the reason she looked bad is because that wicked queen, Kathleen Kennedy, and
Put her in a
that's what I
sack
call
bag.
Hey, did you guys see that video by Doomcock that Stephanie Janicek highlighted?
Which one was it?
Actually, no, I'm sorry. It wasn't Doomcock at all. It was entirely Stephanie Janicek. She pointed out that in the you guys didn't see the second episode of the Book of Boba Fett. In the Book of Boba Fett, and I don't think this is a spoiler, I think everybody knows about this, he witnesses a swoop gang attacking Tashi Station. And he shows up and ends up saving Cammy and Fixer from the deleted scenes from the original series. Okay? You guys know who I mean? Biggs and Cammy and Fixer.
Oh, okay, yeah.
At Tashi Station. Well, Cammy and Fixer were a couple. They were friends of Luke's.
Right, now I remember. Yes.
Right. Well, they're still together at Tashi Station, and this swoop gang of Klatooinians are harassing them, stealing from them and whatnot, and harassing them. Boba Fett shows up and rescues them. Now, he's not rescuing them because he's a hero. He's just really there to steal their swoops. But he ends up being the hero that rescues them.
Yeah, I heard about that.
And it's a great little fan moment because we get to see, Fixer and Cammy. But more importantly, when he sees them going to Tashi Station, they're doing, what do they call that spray paint? Graffiti. They're doing graffiti on the outside of Tashi Station. And I didn't know what it was. I just assumed it was their gang sign or something. Well, Stephanie Janicek did a little more digging into it. And she pointed out that if you go and do a little research, the Klatooinians have their own language and alphabet in the EU. And if you dig into what their alphabet is, that symbol that they draw on the wall is their letter for K. And they draw it on the left side of the door and the right side of the door. KK. That ain't no coincidence.
No, it's not.
Right?
Special effects in the pedals of Lion King.
And I respect the hell out of Stephanie Janicek for recognizing that.
Mhm.
You know, but
Good one, Favreau.
Yes,
I looked
good
at the
one.
symbol, it looked like a pair of boots, one going left, one going right. I'm like, and I made a comment in one of the groups that said, "You can't see that now, can you?"
it looks like boots. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's true. But once you know that that's the letter K in the Clatunian language, and there's two Ks, it's like there is no way that was
not an accident.
right. Right. So don't tell me there's not, some internal strife. And I see it in the Book of Boba Fett over and over and over again, right? We see KK, right? We see that reference, I intend to rule by respect. And it was Doomcock that pointed out his catchphrase is, without respect, we reject. We, the fans, reject. It seems too coincidental that the Book of Boba Fett says, I want to rule with respect, not to be an acknowledgement to Doomcock and his fans. We
Personally,
respect
if nobody believes in infighting among any studios, you have never watched Animaniacs or anything from Warner Bros. Animation.
Right.
Animators always poking fun at the execs.
Exactly. And when you take that into account, and then you think about, just the story of the Book of Boba Fett, right? He's the one who's going to rule by respect, right? So if he's the one who's going to rule by respect, you've got to draw the analogy between Boba Fett and Favreau, okay? If Boba Fett is Favreau, then the disparate clans of the Tusken Raiders and the two Gamorrean guards that he chooses not to execute, who become his loyal servants, that's us. That's people who respect him and therefore follow him, right? As opposed to the villainous swoop gang writing KK on the side of the wall. And, I would argue, the twin Hutts that are coming and laying claim to Jabba's, kingdom,
Mm-hmm.
I would say those Hutts represent KK and her story group.
Yeah, her flying monkeys, her hordes. Yeah.
Stephanie Janicek was the one who pointed out that Grogu, the name Grogu, is an anagram of George Lucas, and it's Favreau saving George Lucas's legacy from fucking KK. Guys, we need to support the only hope we have to keep Star Wars alive. I'm pretty fired up just about the action figures we're going to get out of the Book of Boba Fett.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen people posting pictures of the different characters from the second episode that black furred Wookiee. Thank you. I was going to say Kashyyykian, but yeah, Wookiee. I
think they would probably take that as offense.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, human, Terran, however you want to look at it. But all the other characters that we've seen a bunch of Twi'leks, we've already gotten Boba Fett and Fenric Shan, and now we're going to be getting the Gamorreans and so many others. And I'm like, you know what? I just want to get that Ithorian mayor sitting in the chair, because he's going to have articulated legs that bend. That's a win right there. A hammerhead with bending legs that can sit in a chair. Because honestly, I've got 3 or 4 Ithorian, hammerhead action figures. None of them have bending legs, but one of them comes with a segment of the cantina bar with a stool. And he can't even friggin' sit on the stool because he can't bend his legs.
By the way, Daniel said happy birthday.
I'm sorry, who did I miss?
Daniel.
Oh, Daniel. Oh, you joined the stream. I'm sorry, Daniel. Welcome. I'm gonna drop the link again, but you might be falling asleep by the time you hit the link to join us. I'm sorry. I pick on you because you're fun. I don't have much of a shtick, and I need to pick on people. But
it's funny. Earlier, you mentioned with the Jedi and how they fell out of their way or lost their way, and you mentioned the idea of love, or love possibly being a distraction weakness. In Return of the Jedi, it is actually love that redeems Vader, because if Luke cannot have love for
that's
his
an
father,
incredible point, and that's exactly and this is mostly from the EU, but I think that Favreau and Favloni, as one of the people I follow has coined it, is planning to bring back, is this idea that the Jedi lost their way, the Sith is obviously evil.
Mm-hmm.
Luke is going to take what he learned from Yoda and Obi-Wan and forge a new path. Something that the ghost of Obi-Wan says in parting to Luke in Heir to the Empire, I think is very valid. He goes, "You are not the last of the old Jedi. You are the first of the new." Basically saying, you are a Jedi Master. You're just a different kind of Jedi Master. And I've heard a lot of people hold up Qui-Gon as someone of a philosophy that did not fit with the Jedi of his time, but is very much in keeping with what Luke is now. This idea, I hear a lot of people say gray Jedi. I don't like that term. I think a more right-headed Jedi. Someone who acknowledges the positive, realizes you need
Practical
to curb
Jedi.
the evil,
right?
And I think we're going to see more of that going forward. Let me welcome Soundtracks with Birdman, Daniel Herron, to the stream. How you doing, my friend?
I just want to say happy birthday. Big Boy woke me up. He needed to go outside, and I remembered you were on, so I wanted to check to see if you were still on.
Thank you so much. You're kind of inclined there. I know you can't
I'm
stay.
in bed. I'm in bed.
Are you really? Okay, fair enough. Thanks for stopping in to say hi. You are good people. What do you got going on Wednesday?
Die Hard 2.
Die Hard 2's happening? How you feeling, by the way? I know you've been under the weather.
I'm finally feeling better. I still get winded sometimes, but I'm doing better. Thank you.
Good to hear it, man. Good to hear it. I'll be looking. Well, I don't know. My D&D group has been hit and miss lately because of being detached, because of all the lockdowns and the bullshit and the crap and whatnot. But
and it's run by a lawyer.
And it's run by a lawyer who doesn't know how to use his computer, so we have all kinds of things.
How the hell are you a lawyer? You don't know how to use a computer.
He usually has an assistant to help him with that stuff. I was ripping on him last Wednesday, saying, "Dude, you got to get you got to pay your assistant overtime on Wednesday so she can help you connect with us for game night." But yeah, so there's no guarantees. Wednesday night's supposed to be my game night, but if I'm not gaming, I'll be in the stream. But you are good people, and I share out your stream every time I can, and I always when I end my stream, I always add Wednesday night Soundtracks with Birdman. Make sure you're following him because he does a lot of great reviews and he focuses on music, and I don't think you guys are paying enough attention to the music of some of these great movies you guys are watching.
Now, Daniel, you know what I'm going to be talking about. Still waiting. Yeah, excuse me. Still waiting for you to lead on that little debate between me and H.
He messaged me about that. We need to get that scheduled this month or next month.
Yeah.
Guys, beat each other up on another stream. I'm looking to be positive this time around.
Oh, no.
Join
This is a
join
gentleman.
Soundtracks with Birdman on Wednesday and Wolfie on Tuesdays and Thursdays, whenever possible.
Yeah, about that. Probably gonna have to be rescheduling pretty soon in the near future, considering
Because work's kind of throwing you off.
Well, they're gonna be transferring me to the new job pretty soon in a couple of weeks.
Understood.
So
I'm just gonna say,
no.
all these people that you see here, subscribe to them and hit that notification bell, and then whatever changes happen, you'll know when they go live and when they drop a video. That's how it works, you know.
Pretty much.
Well, thank you for popping me in. I'm gonna try to get back to sleep, and hopefully, Big Boy can go back to sleep. I don't know if his
thanks
pain
so much
medicine
for
is
joining
not working
us.
or what, but
Have a
hopefully
great night, and
You
thank
too.
you for stopping in to encourage me. Take care.
and happy birthday.
Thank you, man. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right.
And with that, I'm probably going to start winding the stream down too. I'm well more over an hour and a half beyond what I normally do. I don't know if I'll be able to stream regular this month. You know, on StreamYards, they limit how many hours you can stream. I might have to steal some hours from Netter, but
She didn't have all of mine.
that means you know, there might be a stream or two later in the month over on Netter's network. So make sure if you love me and you want to follow all my Friday night streams, subscribe to Netter's network, who is in the description below. I mean, that link is already there. So make sure you do. I think I also have Boomer's link in there, and I also have I never even mentioned it. I pinned it to the top, but I didn't even bother to mention. You guys want to buy me a drink for my birthday? There's a link up at the top if you want to, send us a couple
For all the
bucks.
latecomers, you have merch, and you'll be dropping a link.
Oh yeah, and for all of you new people that are here late, I got merch now. Friday Night Last Call, own physical media, and in the future I'm going to have Friday Night Last Call. What you sipping on? That's going to be what I got on some T-shirts, and these are actually really good T-shirts. I'm kind of.
You gotta get one of my favorite catchphrases.
What's that?
Now, I don't give a flying flip.
I don't give a flying flip. Maybe I'll put that on the back of some of my shirts. But
She says that one enough to make it a.
yeah, maybe not. So let me go through deleted scenes as we wrap up. Any last words?
Is he still there?
You're still with us, right? Deleted scenes.
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't muted. All right. I am going to be co-hosting Saturday Serial with Matt Allen on his channel, Bud Boy Productions, tomorrow morning at 10:30 Eastern.
Which is too early on a weekend for me. I'm never up in time to see you guys live. I always feel bad about
It's a
that.
little early for me too. But,
I just gave you moderator rights, deleted scenes. If you want to go ahead and drop a link or something, go for it.
Alrighty. I will do so. And we are going to be discussing our 3 most anticipated movies of 2022.
Interesting. I'll probably have to catch that on the rewatch because I'm going to be.
Because John Wick 3.
I haven't even seen John Wick 1 yet.
You need to.
I know. Everybody's told me that.
Yeah.
And Netter's like, what's this movie about? And I'm like, best I can understand, it's about a guy whose dog gets killed, so he goes and gets revenge. I don't know.
And my thing is, how many dogs does he have?
How many dogs does he have that he's got so many movies?
He's an irresponsible pet owner.
Maybe, yeah. You don't wait until your dog gets killed and then take out all the bad guys. Take out all the bad guys before your dog gets killed.
Okay, I'm gonna try to be as vague as I possibly can on how it keeps on escalating. On how it keeps escalating. First, they killed his dog. He fixed that.
Okay.
Second, he gets his car back. He fixed that, and they wreck his house. Third, now he's on the run because he wrecked shop elsewhere.
I'll check it out. I will. Everything I've heard though says that these John Wick movies are good, and they sound like they're head and shoulders better than the most recent Matrix film. So
all I'm saying is this is as vague as I can get for you guys to
like
get my drift.
Punisher?
Sounds like it. That's what it sounds like to me.
He's more. The world gets more expansive the more you tread into it. Cause, like I said, it's best for you guys to go in blind.
Okay, I dig it. So that's what you're up to. Deleted scenes. Anything else you want to share before we go? Nope.
He's asleep at the wheel.
That's okay. Deleted scenes. If you have any last comments, let me know. Wolfie, what you got going on this week?
10 p.m. Eastern. For
Oh, okay.
This week we're going to do an anime talk.
Okay.
And it's going to be an anime called Higaijin. And Thursday might be a chill stream. But as of right now, since I'm hitting a complete unknown right now,
I know.
Going to have to get postponed for a while until I can sort out what's going to be happening in the near future.
Fair enough.
See if the schedule is going to be manageable for everybody to, especially you, Leia, and everybody else. If it's manageable for everybody to join in and not closing on everybody's sleep time.
Yep. So Deleted Scenes just dropped his link. Please subscribe to him. Wolfie, please do the same.
All right.
Leia, do you have anything of your own that you're doing, or do we just look for you on Wolfie's channel?
You can just look for me on Wolfie's channel, and also I'm flexible. So whatever happens with Wolfie channel in the near future, I will find a way to be there. But for now, you can look for me on his channel, whatever topics he comes up with. And it's a good thing, Troy, this is your channel, because if we were on Wolfie's channel at this time and sitting off, Wolfie does some dirty little tricks with me all the time to get me distracted. So I was almost sitting here thinking, oh, I forgot. This is not Wolf's channel, because I was almost wait, this is
and that's the other thing too. I love when I have guests on this channel. They're like, oh, excuse the language. I'm like, fuck it. I don't give a shit. Say whatever the hell you want.
Except the one.
Well, no blasphemy on the channel, but I mean, I think everyone's pretty good about that.
That's the only rule of my channel.
You're good folk, Wolfie. I know you're not a believer, but the fact that you respect that means the world to Netter for sure.
As soon as I see Netter's name, I'm like, watch your GDs.
Sorry, Monticelli. I love that. I love hearing you say that.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to say it to the three of you here in the studio with me. Anyone that's listening right now or that's going to be listening in the future, you guys got a YouTube channel and you want to promote it. Do me a favor. Send me a private message. Let's get you on for an hour or 2 hours, in one of the coming Fridays. Let's just hang out on my Friday stream and we can promote your channel. We can talk about the things you want to talk about. We can talk about, what your background is in the geek community and get people subscribed to you. Let's, as PJ of Orville Nation often says, let's grow together. Okay?
Exactly.
That is my goal for 2022. I want to have different guests every week, if at all possible. Kind of like Maria of Tea and Telly does. Get people as guests to just sit and chit chat and talk about the things you guys want to talk about and promote your channel. And in so doing, we'll share a community, we'll share followers, and we'll grow together. Okay? Guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me. Subscribe to Aged Boomer, subscribe to Netters Network, the guys that are here, and the people that are in the chat. And I don't think you can drop links in the comments below. Well, maybe you can. Maybe you can drop a link and then it gets held and then I'll release it. Go ahead and do that. The worst that happens is it gets held and, it'll take me a while to see it and then release it.
Or if you're not able to drop a link, wait till the stream is over, put it in the comments section.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Drop it in the comments. If it doesn't drop right away, that just means I need to release it. But because I think YouTube sees it as spam and holds it. But that's fine. I'll see that it's your channel and I'll release it and do everything I can to support you, because you guys do everything you can to support me. I super appreciate all of you all. Guys, thank you so much for coming out and supporting me on my birthday, encouraging the hell out of me. I'm feeling like $1 million because you guys are awesome.
And it has nothing to do with the alcohol.
No, I'm sober at this point. The alcohol's kind of left me, and guys, this is why I do what I do, because I get an opportunity to hang out with you guys on a Friday night. Thanks so much. Have a great one, and hopefully see you next week. Take care.
Good night, all.
Good night, ladies. Good night, sir. Hit it, sweetheart.